I'm ready. Ready as I'll ever be. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this edition of the Historic District Commission. It is Tuesday, September 2nd at 4:02 p.m. This meeting is being audio-video recorded. Anything you say or share will be shown on the town's YouTube. Please act accordingly. The HDC takes comments from the public through a email address, hdcpubliccomment, no spaces, at nantucket-ma.gov. Comments are due by 8 a.m. the Monday prior to the meeting. Thank you so much. Let's see. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda? It'll be the commissioners present, Abby, Val, myself, Ray, and Connie. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Consent with conditions. Are there any recusals?
Oh, it's just that one.
Yeah. Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve consent with conditions.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Same board. None opposed. Carries unanimously. Would anyone like to move the entirety of old business to consent?
I'll make that motion.
Yes.
Okay, failing that, I would like to thank everyone for the diligent work we've been putting in and doing the people's work effectively and in a time-sensitive way too. And I would encourage us as much as possible to rest in the faith that we are, and you individually are the authority having jurisdiction. So speak clearly of what you expect. And note that these are old business, so not only were these not consentable the first time, they're back in front of us. So clear direction is very helpful, and everyone supports your doing that. That said, we are going to move on to 13A Willard Street. Commissioners, hey, good evening, Luke. Are myself, Ray, Abby, Angus, and Joe. When you're ready.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, by the way, I heard your radio ad about pickleball. Great stuff. Nice job.
Tennis.
I'll talk to you afterwards. I want to get one of those open spots.
Tennis, not pickle.
Oh, it's tennis? Now I'll skip that. My knees aren't any good. Go ahead.
Well, I'm standing in for my friend and a young local builder, Sam Herrick, and he's asked me to, and this is regarding Willard Street and the as-built. He's asked me to read a letter that he sent. He couldn't be here, sadly. So this is from Sam. Dear members of the HCC, first and foremost, apologies for not being able to attend the meeting this evening. Today marks my fourth season as the varsity head coach for the golf team, and we are in the middle of our first match of the season. Go Whalers.
Go Golfers.
Secondly, I'm thankful to have Luke able to present on my behalf to discuss the minutes from the last meeting on 13A Willard Street. Regarding the skirt, we've provided photos of the other two homes in the condo association, 13B and 13C Willard, showing that they also have the cedar vertical planks as the skirts on both houses. Number 8 Willard, which is directly across the street, shares the same vertical planks, although a lot of the landscaping has managed to cover the bottom half. We think it fits in much better than the original approved lattice skirt, given that 2 of the 3 homes on the condo association are approved with vertical planks. Regarding the AC condenser platform, the original approved drawings never indicated where the condensers were listed. Given that both the north and the south side of the building would enter the setback of the neighbors and the east side, back of the house, would have been on top or within the wetland setback. We were left with really no option except the front of the house. Since the previous meeting, we have planted 2 large trees that are covering the platform from the street view. Regarding the roof deck, I understand the board's concern with the height as photographed. As a new builder trying to make a name for myself on the island I grew up on, I can promise there was no malintent and making the roof deck taller for a better view or other reason. My main focus was dealing with the homeowners to provide an accessible way for a couple in their 70s, one of whom has had 4 joint replacements, a safer approach to access the roof deck. We installed guardrails, handrails, and changed the pitch of the ship's ladder going up to the roof deck to better accommodate those wishes.
Luke, that's our timer.
During the process, I hired the engineering firm Teague and Bond for the design and safety of the roof deck, just to try and do everything right and by the book. Unfortunately, we were so focused on the accessibility and safety on the interior, we didn't take much into consideration the added height to the extra off of the ridge line. While we have noticed and photographed other taller roof decks up and down Eastern Street and Holbert Ave, I'm hoping for a solution or ideas from the board that won't come at a huge financial burden, as we are all eager to get the board's sign off and approval. Thank you, and apologies again for not being in attendance. Sam Herrick.
Thanks, Luke. Okay, are there questions on the submittal for Luke? All right. Questions, we kind of jumped, we went right to consent with conditions over an important moment in the meeting, which is on page 1, Commissioner Q&A with Preservation Planner. My apologies, Holly. Do we have questions for Holly on any of the staff comments she provided? And Holly, do you have anything on CLG or any other comments you want to share with the commissioners? Will they have our attention?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, just two things. One, you have the CLG minutes from this past fiscal year for your review and approval this evening. So I hope those will go through, as well as when it comes to these resilient Nantucket design guidelines properties, like the one that's before you this evening. I just would request the commission to look for the elevation certificate, if it's provided or not. And in case of 13 Willard, we do have an elevation certificate on file with vents. And that was one of my pending comments was, does this meet for stormwater, and sea level rise and all that fun stuff from a FEMA perspective. So that would be my thing on that. Nothing else for CLG, but just those pertinent things for resilient Nantucket. I just want to make sure that those are addressed with my comments.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Okay, 13 Willard, 13A Willard, no questions. Mickey, is Mickey here? Does your group have anything, Mickey? Okay. Again, it's myself, Ray, Abby, Angus, and Joe. Concerns, please, if any?
I could.
Abby?
So I don't have a concern with the board, the vertical board instead of the lattice. And how far, so the roof, the problem with the roof walk is that it's too tall. It wasn't on the it was shorter on the application. How much is it too tall? By what? Is it inches? Or is it how it was put on there?
I would say a foot.
At least a foot.
Okay, so then my next question would be, how do I put this?
Not really something we can,
I was just thinking, yeah, I mean, I preferred it in the drawing, of course, what we approved, but I was just wondering if some of you knew an easy fix for it to come down to its
I thought you
correct
were gonna
height.
cost. Yeah. Disassembly and reassembly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ray?
Can you give me a second? I'm still trying to get this.
Sure. Angus?
Sure. I wanted to say that Mickey he said that he was going to be a little late to the meeting, so he sent me the
He's,
his,
Angus, he's here.
Oh, great. So he didn't read the comments?
Yeah, no, he walked in a little late. That's all right. Go ahead. We'll get his at the end.
Okay, so-
Commissioner comments are where we're going to be headed in this in any event.
So the issue is when there's a need for a change in the drawings, the applicant needs to come back and get approval for it instead of just punting and doing it and then hoping that they're going to get through. And the issue with this is that it's inappropriately out of proportion and doesn't follow the guidelines for a roof walk. The skirt should be touching the ridge. So that's issue number one. The other thing is that the condenser should never be on the front of a house on the street side. And so that needs to move to not the street side. I appreciate the trees being planted, but the bare branches are about all that will be there in the winter. And it's just not appropriate place um, for the condensers to be. And again, about the skirting, it's if it's going to be something then different than what was approved, it needs to come before the board. But I'm okay with it in this case. It seems like it's fitting with the other structures that are around it. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus. Joe?
Um, I was concerned about the skirt change, and now having looked at this, I'm less concerned given its visibility. There's fencing around here that's really gonna obscure quite a bit of it, and there's precedent for it. So the skirting I'm fine with. And I agree regarding the condensers on the front of the house. I was wondering whether or not that those boards could come down to the ground so that it looks more like a shower enclosure or something on the front, but it's pretty clearly an elevated condenser platform that we certainly wouldn't want to set a precedent for. So I think there might be a fix there that would be palatable. And I agree with what Angus said regarding the process. Certainly some things transpire in the field and you've got to play catch up. I think we all kind of get that, but this is, it's unfortunate, such a blurry photo, but I think if the skirt board, the horizontal board, I don't even want to call it the fascia board or the deck board that wraps around this, if it was deeper or it was 2 tiers so that we don't see vertical boards above the ridge plane, at least it would visually be anchored at the ridge like you would typically see a roof walk. If it's 12 inches taller, I would like to find a solution that visually satisfies us, that doesn't require the complete reconstruction of this. Those are my comments.
Thanks, Joe. Ray, you ready?
I'm ready. So Joe beat me to it. I think, again, the quality of this photograph is pretty bad when you're trying to blow it up, but it looks like the skirt board that's there, fortunately, is rather thin. I'm thinking it's probably a 1x6.
Yeah.
So if that became a 1x10. I'm not sure a 1x12. A 1x12 might start feeling really heavy, but a 1x10 would get it closer to the ridge. And rather than, the draconian measure of tearing the whole thing off and dropping it down a foot, I think that's as far as we're going to get in terms of mitigating what's happening. And I also agree with Joe and Angus about the enclosure going all the way down to the ground. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks. So I think I'm going to back into it. I think the enclosure is going to be fine. I've been down there a couple times to see this. The images really aren't helpful. So whoever's doing the pre-press optimization, please note that you have gotten an F or fail on that. Wait, I'm supposed to be using words that encourage people. Next time, do better. How's that? So I think that it's just unfortunate because this is information we need in order to make, relevant decisions, and it's difficult to make them, and that puts the commissioners in a awkward spot. So that's not just a message for the individual, that's just a message to the world who come to the HDC. I think that the skirting at the front, if there isn't landscape material, which is to say growy things, There needs to be vegetation. I think that that needs to be there needs to be 2 climbing hydrangea evenly spaced so that turns that into 3 sections on the front so that over time that will be hidden. It won't overtake the structure like a Baltic ivy and be invasive. It clings to the outside. There needs to be something there, and it looks like there's not a ton of space. If there is space where there's some grass, then there needs to be some type of a visual buffer, vegetative visual buffer on the front. The rest of the skirting I'm not concerned about, other than the fact that it wasn't done as it was approved, and of course you should come in here and get approval, even if it's a pound of flesh. The roof walk, I'm, concerned. I don't know that a false fascia, deepening that by a few inches is going to make much of a difference, although I don't disagree that it's worth a try. I'm kind of curious what that would look like without a skirt. And is there a room in there underneath that, or is this?
It's enclosed space.
Okay, that's what I figured. So that solves for that problem, or that potential solution.
Oh, you're going to remove the skirt.
Well, I was just curious what it looked like, It's such a large mass right now. We haven't talked about it. I'm kind of 6 of one, half a dozen another, 6 being potentially beneficial. The half a dozen being really, really bad idea is a band around the base to delineate, or, red cedar, natural to weather around the base to help just break up the vertical plane of the boards. With that and the fascia, if I understood Joe's comments correctly, the fascia on the top extended. I'm suggesting maybe on the bottom. I think it would be beneficial to put up a band of, a 10 by and just put it on one section and bring it in here and we can take a look at it. Maybe it'll be an option subject to approval by the chair or vice chair. So we don't have to go through a full hearing if we get to the point where we have an approval. The other thing I'm concerned about, and we really don't have a systematic way to be addressing this, but I think we need to develop it, is, coming in here, throwing yourself on the mercy of the commission. I understand. This isn't something I've seen from Mr. Herrick in the past. So it's not like it's a serial thing. And if it were, then I would have a different perspective. But I do want to caution people, if it becomes abused, there will have to be a prophylactic approach, which is to say we can't make Sam volunteer to go to the Builders Association and tell him how horrible an experience it was to have done this and to suggest that no one ever do it. We don't have that type of authority or power. The as-built fee is really insubstantial. So it puts us in an awkward spot. And I think as a result of that, we want to not be giving in. We want to not be capitulating because we don't want it to become a trend. Somebody sees it happen and then other people do it. And then all of a sudden you got 10 people doing it. That's 10 people. And, there's a lot of weeks in a year that we meet and there's a lot of projects out there. So I'm hesitant. I'm concerned about that. I'd ask Sam to, 3 Hail Marys and reflect on that and maybe how he could help the HDC by explaining to people, if it comes up that it wasn't a slam dunk, it was difficult. There's a lot of angst. He lost some sleep over it. And then his transgressions were not so much that they weren't approved with modifications, if that's how we go. I know that's a lot of words, but I think it's important. And sitting here, having to facilitate meetings, I want to make sure I address it. What is our motion, if any?
Well, you suggested putting boards on the bottom of the roof walk, and I kind of think that might help a little bit. It is kind of interesting that there are 3 strikes against this one application. So that's kind of, that's a lot. But I like the idea of bringing the, kind of treating that AC unit as a shower with your idea of the vines rather than 2 trees, which will eventually show up. So, yeah. that could be a motion.
So climbing hydrangea along the front porch, along the new base underneath, vertical board base underneath the AC compressor unit. Keep the trees until everything matures. Extend the fascia of the existing fascia, replace the existing fascia with a longer fascia by what, 2 or 3 inches?
Yeah.
And add I think just add a horizontal band around the base
The
of,
base of the widow's walk?
yeah, not, like a
Yeah.
1x8 or something natural to weather. And,
It's almost there.
or like a red cedar. It's gonna look better than it does now. I don't think we need, do you think we need to look at it again?
I don't think so.
All right. Does that sound like an Exhibit A somebody was willing to draw
Yeah, I can
up?
do it.
Okay.
And that's my motion too.
Thank you so much. On Ray's motion, Ray,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Angus,
No?
for the record, Angus is a no. Abby?
Aye.
Aye for Abby, and I'm an aye. Okay, there we go. 170 Cliff.
Thank you.
Thanks, Luke.
Mr. Chair, I don't see him in the audience or online.
Okay, so we're gonna hold for a little while. I think if somebody's not here, we're gonna hold for like 15 minutes. Nope, there he is.
No,
See
no,
how
that's-
that works?
That's Lucas. Yeah, that's
I know, but-
standby. Yeah, I'm promoting him to panelist right now. Hang on, Lucas,
Okay.
that's okay.
So we don't have them. Do we have
We have-
outside by design for 10 Maxi?
Yes, I'm bringing Lucas over now.
Okay,
as a
great.
panelist.
Oh, Lucas.
There he is.
Oh, I remember this.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair, are we on 170 or 10 max?
Oh, we're skipping 170 and 10 Maxi. And you're free. You're free for a few of these. Lucas, you there?
Yes, here. If possible, I'd love to share screen.
Please. Expeditiously.
Alrighty, so I'm sure you guys are, sure you remember from last week. Per the advice of the board, we moved the tennis sports court internal to the lot. You can see local precedent, similarly internal to the lot. Jump right to the heat of it. So now it's over 150 feet from the rear of the lot. In this case, it's only sunken down 2 feet, just topography. The section has been updated showing the sunken nature to being 2 feet, and then the railing or screen around it being a similar 6 feet for the first 12.
Okay. Anything
Sure.
else you'd like?
No, but I'm more than happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Good position to take. Let's see, myself, Abby, Angus, Connie, and Joe. Joe,
Thanks for moving it. I know when I spoke first, I was, no, I wouldn't say okay with the previous location, but after hearing my fellow board members and going out there, I did have concerns, so I appreciate the relocation. If it were pushed further into the ground, I would not object. Those are my comments.
thanks, Joe. Connie?
Yeah, I appreciate the relocation, but it is right on the setback. I don't know if it can slide a little bit closer to the house, if that's at all possible.
Okay,
Thank you.
fair enough. Abby?
Yeah, I agree with Connie. I think slide it back and towards the house, just to be considerate. Thank you.
Thank you. Angus?
Yes, so I appreciate the relocation. It's moving back, which is great, but it's moving up the hill in elevations, which is making it more visible. So I think it wants to go down more than go up. So it would still want to be a minimum of 4 feet sunken as opposed to 2. Thank you.
Thanks. So I agree with the comments. sink a minimum of 4 feet, moving it closer to the house by, I don't know, what do we say, 10 feet? And,
If I may through the board, quick comment.
briefly,
Yep, absolutely no problem sinking it. The way it's situated, it would work well in its current position. The neighboring also has a good setback before they have any program. The board's amenable. We certainly would be able to sink it if it was kept in its current position, or perhaps a smaller than 10-foot move.
Lucas, I mean, that cabana, does it have a basement? Is that existing or new?
The cabana adjacent to the pool is not existing. No, it's a proposed thing.
I
What
mean, I'm
does
not-
exist-
I would not be adverse to having that thing move right up, and then you can incorporate in your program. You can have a doorway into the basement to the bathroom and stuff.
Yep.
It does make sense to keep that away from, it is not inconsistent with past decisions of the board to be trying to keep these courts away from the, immediately adjacent to the setback. So we do appreciate your comment, but let's see where we end up.
Yep.
Anyone-
Yeah, certainly looking for an approval, so whatever the board thinks appropriate.
Thanks, Lucas. Do we want to have that thing move up as far as the cabana?
I could make a motion.
Okay.
Or-
Exhibit A, can you mark it up on your PDF machine?
Yeah. Sorry.
Excellent. Thank you.
I can't, sorry. But I will come up with a motion if that's all right. And that would be to move this so that it's up against the cabana, and doesn't get any closer to the west property line. It's sunken 4 feet, from the lowest elevation. And we're not really seeing a landscape plan with this, which is important for the screening of this. So by moving it away, it'll give more opportunity for a screening from the neighbors to the south, and would still want to see screening from Maxi Pond.
Gotcha. I'm going to second that for discussion. Lucas, I want to get some feedback from you. When we move the 10 or more feet to the cabana, what is the increase in grade that's being notched out? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a good question. So let's see, zoomed in a little bit. So right now, the topography is pulled up around that future cabana area. Right now, it's just a lawn. And I definitely like the idea of incorporating it design-wise into the cabana. Right now, we're kind of in the proof of concept phase, which then we'd come back and do a proposal for the cabana, future guest house and such. But just want to make sure that this is an approvable thing. So imagining that we would dig in and not go up that little hill there, it's a grade change of a foot. Already, I'm kind of proposing that this corner would move, from here, which is that existing topo of about 39.5 to here, which would be, excluding that little hill, about 41, 42 maybe. But we got some flexibility.
Thank you, Lucas. And then this follow-up question is this something, I mean, are you looking to get, and I understand you were looking for an approval, but is there a temporal aspect to that? Are you looking for an approval today, or can we get this modified in a drawing to approve at the next meeting with some landscape information and the topos clearly enunciated in the drawing?
If at all possible today, it's just a kind of a proof of concept for a potential homeowner. So
Well, okay.
we'll be back with more information, surely. I know that might not be placate the concerns.
Okay. Angus, are you okay with that information, and that this would be, we'll just pick up the landscape materials at the next step?
Yeah.
You've got a motion out there, so.
Yeah, it would just be contingent on the vegetation screening this, Maxi.
Okay. And are you going to do an Exhibit A? Not at the moment, hopefully, yes?
If it looks like it's just done on the screen there, but if someone there would be willing to do it, that would be great. Otherwise, I can do it when I can again.
Okay, we'll touch base during the break with folks here, and then if we need you, staff will touch base.
Can I
Great,
just clarify
perfect.
something?
Abby?
How far off the setback does that put the sports court?
More than double, maybe 2.5 times.
Meaning,
Here, it's up. He drew it. So the blue line
That's it.
is.
It's a 15-foot setback. So if we kind of extrapolate that, it looks double the setback, so it's
so
probably
30
35 from the property line.
property line. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
I
right.
just screenshotted the shift of this, and I could submit that as an Exhibit A, I think.
Rock star.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joe.
Well,
Okay.
thanks, Luke. Lucas drew it, but I captured it, so
Who
I'll
said-
submit it as an Exhibit A.
Who said the word team isn't in the word HDC? Huh? Look at that. Okay, so we got a motion. It's Angus's motion for Exhibit A that Lucas did, that Joe screenshotted and will be sent to staff. Joe on the motion.
Aye.
Connie.
I,
Angus.
But I just want to clarify that it's 4 feet down from the lowest point there on the.
Thank you.
Yeah. Abby.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay, Lucas, you got your approval. Thank you for working with us.
Absolutely. Thanks for the suggestions.
All right, 3 New Mill Street.
So that is Chip Webster, but I don't know if Lucas is going to be.
Yes, I will represent that one as well.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Okay, Val, you're on this one, and then we're not going to see you for quite a while. So you could cut out of here if you wanted to. Okay, Lucas, your board is myself, Abby, Val, Angus, and Joe.
Alrighty, so I know Chip represented this last time, so I'm sure he filled you in. The addition is set back on the existing driveway to the side of the house. Kind of in this key plan, it's clear from the photographs. The addition would be in about this location from this side of the house. You can just see the driveway behind this privet here. So obviously the addition is on this side or the internal side of that privet. In the elevation, originally you have the existing top left, the previous submission top right, where I'll jump right to this elevation that tells the story. This elevation that tells the story a little bit more. I'm sure from staff feedback, a simplification was desired. So instead of 2 gable additions, it was simplified to a cleaner single. And those 2 windows that were in the smaller one get tucked in to the main one. This is the view from the side, and obviously from the streetscape, you'd be looking at it here, kind of a simpler, cleaner form.
Okay, thank you. Little technical difficulty here. Does anyone have any questions before we check in with Mickey's group?
I have a question.
Angus.
In the proposed west elevation, it shows the main roof disconnected from the proposed addition. But when you look at the proposed south elevation, it shows that it's in plane with the main roof. What is it?
I can offer some clarification there.
Please.
Yeah, it's going to be in plane. It's just a bug of Revit where we made these an existing roof and a new roof, and there's a line where there shouldn't be. So this line does not exist. They're coplanar as shown here.
Thank you for the answer.
Okay, anyone else with questions? All right, Mickey?
Thank you. Sorry I was a little late.
So this is Mickey Rowland. I'm representing the Historic Structures Advisory Group. And that's myself, Jason Finger, Mary Bergman, and Marcia Fader. And so on this one, we're fine with the changes. The only thing that we would suggest is to change that mullion window. I think it's on the south elevation to a single window, and the rest is fine. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, concerns? Val?
Not to be adverse, but I like this 2 windows because I think that's a lot of plain, wall plane to just have one up and one down.
Okay. Let's see, Ray? Oh, Paul, not Paul. Joe?
I'm okay with this revision. Appreciate it.
Angus?
Yeah, I would prefer that it was dropped, so that but it's, from the street, you're not really going to read that as much, so, I'm okay with it. And I'd rather see a single window than a double window or 2 windows if shingle space was an issue, but the mold doesn't really go with the style of this structure. And it is a one-way street facing that elevation.
Okay. Who's next? Abby?
I would also prefer to see unmulled windows on the first floor on the addition, but I think the revived version is fine.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I agree. The revised version is approvable at 4:37 PM. Is there a motion there?
Mr. Chair,
Yes?
before there's a motion, may I just
Yeah.
ask for the motion to include the data construction? This is an infill within the OHD 2000. And the dimensions of the revised addition to be put on the square footage of the addition on there, on the COA,
Okay.
to clarify that. Thank you.
And, okay, yeah, that's cool. Okay, so do we have a motion to approve as submitted, subject to date of construction and dimensional
I'll
square
make
foot
that
added?
motion, Mr. Chair.
On your motion,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Joe, not Ray,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, that carries. Good to go. 4 Easy Street.
Mr. Chair, just so you know,
Thank you.
170 Cliff is here online. in case
Was he
you weren't-
within the half-hour mark?
I wasn't taking.
Yeah, okay, we'll go with it. Yes.
I'm going to depart, but I'll zoom in.
We will see you for 85 Vestal on Zoom.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going back to 170 Cliff Guest House, and who's here to represent? Doug, good evening. Good
Good
afternoon.
evening, Doug Mills here.
We've got, your board is myself, Ray, Abby, Angus, and Connie. And are you screen sharing?
No,
Okay, so Fiona has driving, and please kindly advise her to flip to the pages as you proceed. It will make the whole thing more meaningful.
okay. So I think we could skip right to page A 2.1. That is 10 Maxi, not 170. Fiona, I don't know if you can hear me, but that's 10 Maxi.
Yes, we're working on it, Doug. Stand by.
Okay, okay.
Are we on
Doug, you got some feedback in the background there.
Yeah, sorry, I have someone behind me that's also on a Zoom.
Okay.
Yeah, we're telling them to shut up now.
That's one way to do it.
Nicely, though.
Your compliance with the quietness is helpful, what might be. No luck, Fiona? Tech support. Wake up. I fixed it, the screen's black. Very good.
We're doing 170?
Yes. Okay.
Okay, so if we can skip to A 2.1, we can go right to where the changes are. There you go. So the concern was that the dormer on the, I believe it's the west side, was forward of the line of the wall line below. So what we did was we brought out the wall on the first floor to be in line with the dormer above. And then we did show the screens, which it's going to be a screen porch under there anyway. So that's what we did.
Okay, great. Who'd like to begin?
I'm satisfied with it.
Okay, that makes things a little bit easier. Anyone have a concern?
No concerns.
Is there a motion?
A motion to approve as submitted?
Let's see. Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Carries unanimously.
Thank you much.
Done, thank you. Now we're
Take it
on
away.
to 4 Easy Street. Hey, Susan, good evening.
Hi.
When
Good
you're ready.
evening. Yeah, basically made some changes, pulled back quite a bit, keeping all the windows and doors that are existing as they are now. The only exception to that would be where there are two vents, one on the Easy Street side and one on the North Water Street side, as was recommended that instead of the vents that are there now, that we could put a 3/3 or a 6 light in those spots that are currently framed a little bit larger than that. The other, I guess, change would be, did I already say I'm scratching the dormer, so the dormer's gone. The dormer's gone altogether. Sorry, I'm just seeing through,
Take your time. It's
the
okay.
the other request, which is actually on the screen right now for the facade, would be removing the front porch, and then closing in the side porch. Both of these are for a number of reasons, many of which are to do with pedestrians. I've watched all summer as people really try to get past that. It's an 18-inch where the end of the front, where the end of the front porch is to the side, to the curb. And so it's very hard for people to cross there. So the hope was to fill in the back porch so that then, like the condenser that's on the front and some of the other attractive things could then be moved around to the side. So looking to keep it primarily the same, with that being the biggest change.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let's see. So your board is myself, Abby, Angus, Connie, Carrie. Is Carrie with us?
Yes.
No. So your alternate is no one. So I apologize, but that leaves you with a 4-person board, and I'll very briefly explain that you can proceed if you'd like, and the option is that Carrie missed one, so she can mull it in. And what that means is she'll listen to the tape and sign a piece of paper if this comes back, and she could sit on it. You wouldn't have an option for anyone else to sit on it. Has this been heard more than once?
It was, I was gonna say, I think, Ray, you were on it the very first night back in March.
Twice, okay, so I think other people will have missed two. So the option would be to proceed with a four-person board, or, and have Carrie Mullen in if it goes on past this, or you can hold off and we'll pick this up when we have a full board.
No, I'll go with the.
Okay, just wanted to make sure you were.
No, I appreciate that.
Okay, okay, let's see, Mickey?
Yes, thank you. So, the front porch was not always there, so removing it, is probably pretty acceptable. What that does do, though, when they're enclosing that porch, and you can see in the elevation that's up on the screen now, they're showing that as if it's a hipped roof that's facing you, but it's really not. It's that you're going to be looking at the cheek wall of the enclosed porch, so you'll see shingles there rather than, you'll see sidewall shingles rather than roof shingles. So that should be adjusted in the drawing, at least to show what's actually going to happen. Plus, that's a flush face of the building, so it's going to be, unless they're going to keep the applied corner board, it's going to sort of distort the shape of the front of the building. So that just needs to be reviewed and adjusted to work properly. Also, the drawings just, there's some of these trim boards, like the eave lines are drawn as single lines. The detail just seems to be somewhat lacking. And this is a pretty important building. I think that it'd be nice to see this with more accurate detailing. There's no window manufacturer listed. I just think we need a little bit more information before generally accepting it just as it is. Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey. Okay, who would like to begin?
Happy to start.
Go ahead, Angus.
So just to echo what Mickey brought up, the drawings aren't quite complete. This view that's up isn't representing what it would end up looking like. And there isn't a floor plan that has dimensions showing what's happening as far as the infill. I appreciate the withdrawal of the dormer. There's historic precedent for the 6 light gable windows. There's precedent for there not being a porch going across this facade. So all those things seem to be fine, but I think right now it's somewhat incomplete, and I think we would all be served better by having a complete application to work with to approve in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus. Who's next?
I can go.
Connie?
So I'm okay with the removing of the porch and the other things. My only concern is that screened-in area. I'm not quite on board with that, but everything else is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Abby?
Yeah, I was just wondering, instead of having another, what is it? It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times 20 paned window in the addition. Maybe that's just a 6/6, so it looks like it was, it's an add-on that it sort of mutated, instead of looking like the windows that exist there. I appreciate taking off the porch, and I think just cleaning up the drawings so that the details like the trim and are historic, and I think I would be fine with it. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, I agree. I think that the modifications are fine. I think there's some other issues with the drawings. The cardinal points don't seem to be referencing. For instance, the northeast is a gable, and then the southeast is not the gable. It's the side with the covered porch. So some minor modifications. I think that should be the southwest. But in any event, the only concern I have, other than having some additional notations placed on the drawings for the purposes of clarity with respect to staff at a later date, including inspections, which speaks to Mickey's point, is to just have some additional information added. And that would be that the windows, dimensions of windows.
So they're not changing though, I guess, is what's confusing to me.
Yeah, I'm a little confused, Susan, because I'm looking at the northeast. Is it, and the entirety of the left first story porch mass, which I thought I understood as being filled in, is bubbled. So on that, I read that as a window change without a floor plan showing me changes.
Okay.
So is that the window that's there isn't a window in the distance, is there?
No, well, there's what was behind the porch would be pulled forward.
Right, so there will be a window added?
Not at that view.
So if you're looking at the proposed northeast, on the leftmost section, the first story, the portion of the two bubbles, one indicates a portion of the porch roof has been removed, another indicates a modification to the porch roof and a modification to the first floor wall, which I read as, I'm adding a window here.
Yes, and it was going to be the identical window that's across the front.
So all we're looking for there, I don't want to make it confusing, is annotation that this will match the window.
And I did say that in the notes, but,
Yeah, no, just on the drawings.
okay.
Okay, so there's that for me, and then the other thing is that does show a hip roof, which I'm not adverse to, but the drawing that is currently labeled proposed southeast, which I think is going to end up proposed southwest, shows, as was mentioned, a shed roof type versus a hip roof, and that needs to be modified, or the other drawing needs to be modified. The one we were just speaking of, the
Yes.
northeast. Do you have a prefer? I personally think it's more appropriate to have the hip there on both ends, but unfortunately, it is likely going to conflict with your transom-like windows above. So I think the safe bet is that you go with a shed roof with an applied corner board, which would mean that the drawing showing the proposed northeast would be modified to indicate a shed-type roof, and a cheek wall would be visible. Are you okay with that? So right now.
Yes, yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay. I'm sorry. I was going to explain. I wasn't sure I explained that properly, so I was going to.
So, yeah, and the roof that is there now was not going to change with the exception of the front coming off, but I also would love to, I mean, there's the potential to also push that back, maybe a few, a foot or so that it wouldn't be on the same plane as the front of the building. There is room to do that before I get to the window that would be pulled forward. If that's more, and then it would maybe not be as, it wouldn't change the front plane as much.
Sure, that's fine. I think, okay. Is there anyone I think we're all in agreement that this is approvable as submitted, subject to having the drawings cleaned up a little bit. So what I would suggest, in order to make this as painless as possible, is an Exhibit A, and that would be an Exhibit A that indicates a modification to the northeast porch roof showing a hip, making it a shed roof. The modification to the sheet labeled proposed southeast showing that that rightmost portion of the first floor porch area with the fill-in is going to be rebated a foot or more approximately. And that the windows will be like kind with respect to sizes and materials of others currently installed in the building. Is there anyone who has any concerns with that, with Abby's Exhibit A motion?
I would second that with a addition, just to say that they would be true divided light.
Sure.
The Nantucket profile, and those companies that are known. And just to clear, yeah, that's all I would add to it. Thank you.
Okay, where's Lucas when we need him? Okay, so on the motion, do you want that to be your motion, Abby, still, Exhibit A?
That, yes, yes, I'm fine with that. I just wanted to know, are we still doing a 20 paned window on that?
Yeah, it's
we
gonna
agreed-
match, to
okay,
match the
okay.
existing.
All right, and set back a foot from
And
the
set back a
corner,
foot,
okay.
Yep,
All
and we're
right,
gonna fix the roof
fine.
plan. Okay.
At a
So on the motion, it will be Abby,
Aye,
Angus,
Aye.
Aye.
Connie, and I'm an aye. Susan, thank you for working with
Thank
us.
you.
We appreciate
Appreciate
the
it.
modifications. Big difference. Thank you so
Pages
much.
will destroy it. Thank you.
Okay.
We
Let's see,
didn't,
I'll
we
mark
didn't
up
deal with the
that.
color on that. There are three different choices and nothing's marked on the, it's marked for white trim, white sash, white doors. And I don't think we want that.
was it
Well,
red?
that
It's
would have
not
been a
red?
timely comment a little while ago.
It's just, that's the problem when something's so incomplete and we spend a bunch of time trying to complete it for the applicant on the fly and things are get missed, so. Anyway.
This is a very valid point.
So what is, oh, white.
Holly did make a recommendation in the notes for option 2.
Quaker gray, white sash.
Susan, are you good with an off-white color or a gray?
Yes.
And what gray would you prefer?
Well, what's there now, I believe, is the Quaker gray. It's hard to tell because it's really dirty.
Nantucket? Would you like a slightly lighter version of that? Or are you good with that
Isn't the
color?
Nantucket slightly darker?
One is greener and one is browner.
Well, cobblestone
The
is
lighter of the
brown.
two, which I thought when I looked at the chart was Quaker gray, which is
Okay,
what,
so what I'd like to do is get a motion to amend a motion,
Not including the color, or,
the Roberts rules is we're gonna, I think it's not a previously considered, that's a prior meeting. So it would be to amend, let's just get a motion to amend the prior motion.
okay,
to
I'll make that
include A
motion.
change in color, and we'll vote on that as either Quaker gray or Nantucket gray at the applicant's election.
And the sash?
And the
White.
sash,
It was going to be white?
well, white or, I mean, if it matches the gray, I'm okay with that too.
monotone.
Oh,
I think a
monotone. Okay, I'll make that amendment, motion.
On your motion,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, good
Thank
catch.
you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
And you're writing up the rest of it, and then I'll draw it?
Trim, yes.
Okay, thank you, because I'm not going to remember all that by the
Ah,
time I
you
get there in
forgot.
another 5 minutes. Robbie, good evening. Sir's my dad. Okay, 7 Delaney. God rest his soul.
Okay, 7 Delaney.
Quaker, how do you spell?
Right, that is the one you're here for,
Yes, well, I'm here for a couple of them, but that's,
Well,
that's the top of the list.
currently.
Yeah, so, anyway, we had just one main suggestion on the, it had to do with the, west elevation. So Fiona, if you would scroll, please. Boy, oh boy, there's only 4 pages, so we gotta hit it sooner or later. Okay, there you go. I think there's a better scan. There should be the PDF scanned in. No? Didn't come in? Okay, so anyway, here we go with a little sketchy scan for some reason, but that's okay. So the suggestion was, there's the 2 compared, the previous elevation is on the right with the 2 gabled dormers, and the suggestion was to make the shed dormer go all the way across the front, which is what I am presenting right now. So I look forward to your comments. However, the owner would prefer the gable scheme if we would ever want to reconsider that. So that's 7 Delaney.
Thank you. All right, your board. Should have brought the bifocals. Myself, Ray, Abby, Angus, and Connie.
I could start.
Please.
Appreciate the revisions. I would prefer not to go back to the gable thing. I have a couple of questions. One, I'd love to see it all in one plane rather than this sort of little stepped back thing.
Okay.
And I'd like to see the two bathrooms get a little smaller so that there is a little bit more roof in front of this dormer, which I feel like would take away from its weight.
Okay.
Because I feel like right now it's heavy in relation to the first floor. The other thing that I was hoping was, I think there's right at the moment, there's 7 windows there. And if we could drop one, I think that would probably be from the middle. That would be good, because right now it just feels like that's a lot of windows. But those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Connie.
Yeah, I don't really have anything to add to that. I do prefer the shed also. I'm okay with the windows. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see, Angus?
Did he hear you?
Angus?
Yes, I was going waxing poetic. I appreciate the loss of the gable. I agree with Ray about the continuous wall plane, one wall plane, and the losing of one window. I think that this needs to get stepped back so that it's in line with that middle section, and drop the windowsill so that they're a little bit more in proportion with the downstairs. But more importantly, just getting rid of the shingle space below, between the window and the windowsill and the roof below, which could happen with stepping the dormer back, raising the roof, dropping the windowsill, and any one or all three ways of doing that. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby.
I'm okay with the shed rather than the gable on the second floor.
Anything else?
No?
That's it. Good. Okay, thanks. I'm in the minority. You know, it's interesting, in anywhere but the historical record, that's referred to as a Nantucket dormer. Like if you look online, Nantucket dormer, you're going to see that dormer. I actually don't mind it. And I think in certain circumstances, not used widely, it's okay. But it's not a hill I'm going to die on. And I don't disagree with the modifications to the layout in order to change the proportions of the cheek wall and the face wall and the window height or the shingle heights in relation. So I'm okay with the number of windows that exist, but I wouldn't be adverse to dropping one. Can we get a motion in the form in Exhibit A, Ray?
That's my motion.
Excellent.
I can draw it up. I think everyone understands what we're doing. We're going to move the dormer back so that it's all in one plane, which would be the further plane back, the middle one. We're going to get rid of one of the windows in the middle. So you have a total of 6 windows. And we'll also make those window sills lower so that they fill up more of the dormer. That's my motion, and I'll write that up in Exhibit A. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. On your motion?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, now we are on to the solar array, same board. Let's keep it simple. Okay, so this is 4 Easy Street, so I'll look that exhibit A up next.
Is somebody doing the exhibit A?
I am.
or-
Ray's gonna do this one.
Robbie, the solar's on the back, right?
It certainly is.
Okay, why don't you just speak to visibility and we'll move forward?
Can't see it.
Okay.
That's what we like.
Are there any concerns?
No.
The roof is black and it's on the back. I'm all good.
Okay, motion,
Motion to approve is submitted.
on your motion,
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. This is what I'm talking about, folks. Cooking with gas.
Speed round.
Okay. 4 Wood Hollow, new dwelling. It is the same board, imagine that. And there's 3 applications. We'll have the same board for all 3. And Robbie, when it's up there,
We'll just wait for Fiona
Yeah.
to bring up our
forgive the
visuals.
download speed. You'd think that what are we, what's our annual budget? It's got to be 70 million. You'd think that capital, a $300 million a year organization could
know,
have
we could
internet
use-
speed that, well, that could be anywhere between 70 to 150 million a year.
New dwelling?
New dwelling, we're just filling space where we're waiting, and this one I'm gonna draw out. I'll tell you, I do not. I'm not gonna say it.
Just wait for the, wait for the.
I was gonna say I don't miss something. It's not that I didn't enjoy it when I was there, but it's nice not to be having that also on the
All
list.
right, let's go to the west elevation again.
They're
It's
doing
number
a
3.
fine
Fiona.
job.
Should be number 3.
Delaney.
Wait, this says approved as submitted.
It's the solar, right?
Okay,
Yeah.
good. You good, Fiona? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, which one are we on now?
7 Delaney.
No, we did.
Oh, yeah, we did
Delaney.
that. See how confused I am?
Well, I'm here for neighbors.
I didn't eat lunch yet. We're here for Wood Hollow. I presume you're speaking in opposition?
Yes.
Concerns.
Concerns. I'm gonna read about my 28-day calisthenic challenge if we're good? Okay. The 28-day versus the 30.
For what?
We're good, Robbie. I'll fill you guys in on break.
We're still waiting for sheet number 3.
Oh, how many, of how many?
What's all the other stuff that went with it? I think the photographs and.
We need a pre-press optimization course.
Now we just need a new website, go back to the old one.
Yeah.
Amen.
Amen.
It's unanimous.
I literally feel my life dripping and dripping away as I watch this. Time I'll never get back. Yep, we could just be hearing John
Crumple, crumple, crumple.
on the mic for the people at home. I miss those days with John here. And then when he really didn't like something, he'd throw in at the end of a very long discussion, Mr. Chair, the doors are Essex green, and there weren't any doors on the application. And Ray would go, oh, exasperated.
Or he'd ask all the same questions we just answered.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was recently John's birthday.
Yeah,
Oh, no kidding.
No.
he would have been 150.
I went out to, well, he would have actually probably got
have
gum
been
at
90.
Fortesy Street when it was the country store.
Probably 95.
No,
Yeah,
he wasn't 90 when he
He was
left.
in his late 80s.
He was
He
80.
was late
He
80s,
was 80,
88 or 89, I think.
yeah, I
Yeah.
think 89.
He's been gone for what, 3 years?
Oh,
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah.
more, he wasn't on when I started. Yeah.
We
Boy.
getting pizza tonight?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Pizza tonight, Ray?
It's not out there yet.
She was ordering it? Okay. Then
They haven't
she
brought it
will
in yet.
order it, yeah.
I know. We could actually walk over to Shangri-La. We could help them renew their lease and
I'll
then
do
come back.
that.
Yeah.
This doesn't happen to the select board.
We adjourned to
How much
Shangri-La.
revenue does the HTC bring in annually?
Lots.
And I'm not harshing on the select board. I'm just like, they spend the money, we bring it in, and we can't get the throughput by simply having an Ethernet connection placed at that desk so that we're not wasting the people's time.
That is what it is, right?
Yeah, they just need to put an Ethernet cable over there.
No, it's downloaded, it's preparing.
Okay, Robbie, I think we're gonna try and go with paper copies, because this is like getting excruciating, and not to be, but just, can you pass out the file?
I think
Fiona?
she's almost there.
Well, I have it on my thingy.
Do we all have it on our tablets?
I do.
I do.
Okay, folks at home,
Here.
write letters to select board if you're upset. We are gonna proceed. I can pull it up, thanks. I just wanted to. Okay, we're gonna proceed. Let's get going.
Okay, this is the third time that we've seen this, and the main suggestions were to wrap the original shed front porch around, I chose to wrap
There it
it
is.
around,
It's on the
partially
screen.
around two sides.
Till it crashes.
Don't breathe on it.
Go ahead, Robbie. You have the
Okay, I
floor.
wrapped it around two sides on the front, which I think was a great suggestion. And Linda suggested that we turn the side gable front forward to make that more in keeping with the shed dormer detailing in the front. So that's exactly what I have done. So,
Wow.
Okay, questions for the applicant's agent, AKA Robbie? Concerns? Oh, Linda, you want to speak,
Yeah,
please?
we appreciate that it's moving in a better direction than the formal, I think it was a 5-bay before. It's still only the only lot that has no screening. It's completely wide open. Any plantings they're going to put in the front is never going to get that high while we're still on the right side of the grass. The dwelling is still oversized compared to everybody else, which you saw in my photographs of everybody else in the neighborhood, including the aerials. It's still 28 feet tall. The eaves are relatively the same height. It is a full two-story house. I know Carrie had concerns on the backside. I still don't think you can see it from Milestone Road, but she thought you could. There's so much glazing in the back. I'm not sure any of the neighbors are concerned about the rear of the structure. It's still a fairly rural area, small houses set way off the road. Unfortunately, Bart put his right up on the front. Through you, Mr. Chairman, is it still white trim and white windows, Rob?
the windows, the sash is white, the trim and window trim is natural cedar.
Okay, that's much better than what was before.
Linda, no crosstalk.
Much dwellings in the area are not white, which is great, so this is fine. There are some with white windows. I gave you pictures of those. The 3 flush dormers in the front. It's still 28, probably 26, maybe. That other piece on the left is set back from the front plane, but it's still roughly 70 feet wide, which no other structure in that entire area is facing the street. So it's really still out of scale and out of length and out of height when you add the length. But the 3 flush dormers in the front are a little atypical, and I did suggest that he carry the porch, you guys seem to agree, around in front of that left, the middle unit there, one with the 2 windows in the dormer. These are very large dormers, all flush, and if the porch carried around in front of that middle section, with that left hand set back from that front now, it would help take down some of the verticality and mitigate those flush dormers. But having 3 flush dormers facing the street is very atypical for anything I've ever seen. So they're still concerned about that. Length and height and 3 flush dormers, I think, are really what's got the neighborhood, not the back, not the pool, not the pool cabana.
Thanks, Linda. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Who would like to begin?
I can go.
Abby.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is still quite a departure from the original buildings and the neighborhood that has just sort of more cottagey size. I agree with Linda that the 3 flush dormers, I mean, it's having a bit of a condo effect for me that they're 3 separate sort of units. And I'd like to see more more difference in the additive massing, so it drops down faster. I just, all in all, I'd like to see it simplified and smaller, and then it would fit into the neighborhood. So, I don't, yeah. But I do appreciate the hipped porch. I think that does make it sit better, but it's the left-hand two masses that I'm having trouble with. Thank you.
Thank you. Ray?
Yeah, I'm kind of with Abby on this. I appreciate the wraparound porch. I appreciate the turning of the gable on the left-hand side so that it's the eave forward. Although I think that the three windows in that much smaller, theoretically subordinate mass of that far bedroom, you know, it has the same three windows that the much larger dormer has over the main mass, but they're just concentrated in a smaller area. So I'd like to see that somehow, you know, to use Abby's words, diminished in scale so that it really steps down, either by making the dormer smaller or dropping the eave more, or a combination. But other than that, I think it's looking pretty good. Thank you.
Thanks, Connie.
Yeah, I have nothing really to add. I agree with what's been said. If somehow the height can be taken down, I think that would be appropriate.
Connie, do you have your microphone on?
I do.
Can't hear you.
I'm talking, yeah, not
Pull
into
it
it.
towards you.
Linda, please don't interrupt the commissioners.
I'm
But-
just trying to
and
hear.
Thank you, Connie, you have the floor.
And I do like the idea of maybe extending that porch. I think that would help. Thank you.
Thank you. Angus?
So it's larger, it's taller, it's busier than the surrounding buildings. I appreciate the wraparound porch and getting rid of that gable off to the side in the back. But one of these three sections, I mean, all the windows line up, all the dormer roofs line up, all the like, you know, all these things are reading as one large structure, even though they're corner boards separating them. So I would want the either the middle section and or the back section to be dropping significantly and not lining up with everything else. So if that meant that the back part had the eave in this elevation all the way to the left side, if the roof was coming down more like to floor height and the dormer was set in, and the middle section had something that maybe not a flush dormer, but it could still have windows at the same height. But there needs to be something that is portraying a hierarchy here and less busyness. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I don't believe there's anyone else except for me, and I don't have anything to add, Robbie.
Okay, good, thank you.
So it sounds like we're gonna go for a motion.
Hold for revisions.
Yeah. And on that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Ray,
All right.
Angus,
Can I second that to hold the other parts of this application?
yeah, I don't think you need to.
track.
Yeah. So on the motion,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and Ray, I got you?
Yeah, you got me.
And I'm an aye. Okay, so we'll track the others. That brings us to 16 Wall Street. And it'll be myself, Ray, Abby, Angus, and Joe.
Okay, before I go over and review the revisions that we've made and addressed, I think, several of your great comments. Bonnie Carr is here. She would like to say a few things. And I think her husband Oliver should be chimed in on Zoom. So here's Bonnie.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
Good
Thank you for having
afternoon.
me. My name is Bonnie Carr, and I wanted to very briefly speak to the emotional component of this property before Rob addresses the architectural details. For background, 16 Wall Street has been in our family for almost 50 years. My husband's parents purchased the house in 1978, and my husband Oliver spent every summer here since he was 13 years old, along with multiple generations of Carr family members. I started visiting Oliver at 16 Wall Street when we met in college in 1983. We celebrated our engagement in the house the weekend he proposed to me in 1990. Our two children also grew up spending their summers in the house, and the special memories continued to be made there year after year. Unfortunately, as sometimes happens with generational transfers, the house was purchased in recent years by a family member who subdivided the lot and had plans to tear the house down and develop the two lots. So with decades of memories at stake, my husband Oliver and I purchased the house, hoping to save it for our family's future generations instead of demolishing it and sending it to an already overburdened landfill. Thank you all again for allowing me the opportunity to share my very emotional perspective of this property that is so near and dear to our family's heart. Very much appreciate it. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Do we have any questions for Robbie? Yeah, I figured I'd hear if he did. Okay. No questions, Mickey?
Sure. So the changes are an improvement. It still doesn't really address what our biggest concern was, and that's the setback from Wall Street. And, you know, what really would work as a solution to this issue is rotating the building to align with East Lincoln. Now, that would obviously, because of the configuration, probably involve slicing off a few feet from the probably western gable. But it would really, the house really, the front of the house faces East Lincoln. It should address East Lincoln in a more formal way, and that would rotate it away from Wall Street and give it the appropriate setback and distance that really it really needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Okay, Oliver, briefly, please.
Yeah, of course. I was just unmuting myself. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to respond. Just to the last comment about trying to rotate the house, more to East Lincoln. In this situation, I really don't think that's possible. It would require like a wholesale change to the form and massing of the house. And when we do that, there's really no ability to keep it. You're cutting, you'd have to cut off major living areas like the kitchen, upper floor bedrooms. So I really don't see that as a viable alternative. It's, we've got to make use of the reduced setback on Walsh. We're trying to kind of shoehorn the structure in as best we can. And the existing shape just doesn't work with frontage on East Lincoln. I don't think it's possible.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Who'd like to begin concerns?
How about my turn?
Oh, did you not?
I get a turn, don't I?
You can have a turn, Robbie.
Okay, all right.
You've been very patient.
My hand's raised. Okay, so, Mickey, thank you for your input and guidance. So just to address what Mickey touched on, if we look at the site plan, you can see the existing siting of this structure is the red outline. Our new proposed is, of course, shifted over that we've all looked at for a few times, so I think we're all familiar with that. The orientation to Walsh and to East Lincoln is exactly the same as it is now, except it's rotated slightly, okay? Oliver is correct. Well, let me just touch on what I did for us to review. I pulled the structure to the south pretty much as far as we can go. There's a couple of more feet that it can go before, we get to that setback line as well. But that allowed me to rotate it even further so that at least one of these gabled ends is more than 5 feet back from the setback line, which we initially were trying to go right up against. And I agree with everyone that those 2 tall gables right up on the street is a little bit abnormal, let's say. So we've tried to mitigate that side at least. Fiona, could we go to sheet 3, please? Yeah, there we go. No, that's the East Lincoln side. So let's look at that while we're here. So the East Lincoln side, one of the major concerns last week was that tall existing double gable. So to try to bring that down and to mitigate that, I just extended and brought the porch line across and cut that very vertical feeling element basically in half. So could we go to the next one, please, Fiona? I don't know which. Yeah, so then, excuse me. This is the Walt Street side. So there is,
Continue, Robbie.
yep. This is basically the same concept that I had, but, with Mickey's suggestion that it needed to go further back in that corner, by rotating, I was able to do that, which gave us like a 5-foot form on there. I simplified it and brought it over to the corner board, which I had more of a small sort of bay window kind of proposal last time. I think this one is much more effective. The porch on the right-hand side, the added porch, brings us back more into keeping in what's there with a fairly large 1-story element. And then connecting the 2 gables with a little bit larger porch roof, I think helps bring that, the scale of that down as well. So those were the changes, and we look forward to your input.
Thank you. Okay, who'd like to begin?
Can I just clarify something?
Abby?
I just want to make sure 16 Wall Street is east. Is the east elevation?
Let me,
I'll get it. Yes.
Yes.
Wall Street is east.
So when I'm looking at that east elevation, what is that new sort of broke back? Wouldn't that be towards the front door? I'm confused.
The front door is on the right-hand side of the east elevation. It's under that porch.
So
on
it
the
has,
right.
okay, so it doesn't,
The front door faces East Lincoln.
Yeah.
right.
Which it does now, if you want to call it the front door.
And then the west elevation faces back into the
The neighboring lot, yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure I was orienting myself correctly. Thank you.
would you like to comment?
Yeah, so I would also like the house to be parallel to East Lincoln, but it sounds like it was never that way. So it's always been askew. Yeah, I think, I just try, what are the circles that are in the setback? Are those supposed to be trees?
That's in the neighboring lot.
No, on Wall Street, you have like 6 trees in a row in front of the gables.
On the site plan?
Landscaping?
Yeah, on the site plan. Do you see them? The
No.
circular?
On my site plan.
No, you don't have one here, sir. Well, all right, well, I think
have
they're
a
supposed to be
previous-
trees.
You might have a previous.
It's the site plan that shows the original siting of the old house and then the new siting of the house.
Let me see.
Just these
Yeah,
here,
it's just landscape
Yeah,
in
just,
there.
yeah. Growies.
growies. Well, the reason I bring it up is that I think the I don't mind the 3 French doors, but it's right on Wall Street. And if you were going to do some vegetation, I would sort of screen that aspect of it and not the other. So I would, but just because the 3 French doors look more like they're looking out at a backyard, and there's no backyard there. So, yeah, I really don't have anything else to add. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Abby.
I can go.
Right, please.
So I've been sort of, behind this effort from the beginning. I think it's so rare that people are, saving these buildings, and this is an opportunity that, we have so close to really working. I also feel like the applicants have made modifications to the drawings, which we can see clearly, on each one of these elevations, the progression, that have, the fact that it's moving closer to the road, yeah, that's of impact, but I think they've, like on this east elevation, they added over the existing 3 sets of French doors, a porch roof, which I think is a mitigating thing. So I think that the applicant has really, gone to great efforts to really save this and listen to the board and make it so that it's not going to be so impactful on Wall Street as it moves closer. So I really think I consider this design to be there. I'm okay with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Angus?
Yeah, so I mean, I appreciate the building being used. Yes, when it was built in 1960, it was askew and unusually sited in relation to the other houses that face, as they typically would, East Lincoln. The issue is that it was on the whole lot before it was subdivided, so there was more distance and room for that to sort of make sense. But now there's a building that's approved right beside it that is, tight in the grid in alignment, perpendicular and parallel with East Lincoln. So this is really sort of forcing an issue, and when houses are facing the street directly, that would be the facade, and in this case, what is closest to the street and aligning with the street is the east side facing Walsh. But here we are with really no front door and 3 sets of French doors very close to the streetscape. And so I think Mickey makes a very valid point that even though it's not what it typically has been, the location of the house hasn't been where it's proposed. So I would be in favor of a modification that would allow it to orient parallel to the house that's been shoehorned next to it to the west and faces the street. I feel like the responses to our requests with the front have been responded to, and I think that's good. But all along, we've been concerned about the additive massing and the lower masses that should sort of be stepping down that were getting removed in the process of this change. And I mean, when you look at this east elevation, you can see in the beginning that there's a long shed sort of broke back that sort of goes along on one side and another shed that faces the street. And every iteration since then, the other 3 are, 2.5-story elevated gables, and one did get a shed attached to it, but you still see the full gable below the gable. So I think that all these factors together with being close to the street, with it not really aligning, and with not having the step down and the fridge, it just like all those things I think are a concern for me anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe?
Um, my thoughts on this echo Ray's comments. And also, I just want to say, I do appreciate hearing the family history. I mean, it's one of the things that often gets documented when you're doing historic research on a building. So to hear it from the people that have actually been living there, to me has an impact. I mean, I had formulated an opinion on this before I heard that story, but I just wanted to mention that I appreciated it. The one thought that I had regarding this east elevation was whether or not the bump out that is on the left, that shed roof, appears to be the same eave line as the porch, and presumably it's even the same pitch. And when you look at the site plan, they're nearly in line with each other. And I was wondering if that porch could, maybe that porch extends over. Maybe those two roofs are married, I guess is where I'm going with this. And if you followed it from the left and you pulled that over, that roof would climb up even further than the current porch roof is. And I'm wondering if it would, could you adjust the pitch on it so that the eave line between the two gables would actually disappear? So that you'd have like what the existing east elevation has, just a simple roof line with a high eave. Maybe there's a way to actually eliminate that second story eave. For me, it's a secondary concern, but I'm bringing it up for my fellow board members to consider, because what it does is it presents an opportunity to take one of these gables that's full 2 stories, one's partially obscured, the other one's fully visible, and you could fully obscure one of them, and maybe you even get the advantage of not having a story and a half eave visible between the two of them. So that's just some food for thought. Otherwise, given this building was rotated previously, I think in consideration of you saving it, that I'm okay with its proximity to Walsh. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Boy.
Come on, Stephen.
Yeah, I'm torn.
I've got
Pizza's
some.
here.
The pizza's here, number one.
Oh.
Number two, the reuse of the structure, I think, is just, tremendous effort and important. I'm concerned about the overall mass, and on the lot, I went down there, I tried to imagine this in place. It was very difficult for me. I can't picture things in my head, so that's a problem. Robbie, what can be done? Where do we have compromises in reducing the massing? Anywhere?
I have 2 ideas.
Hold on a second.
I can pull it to the south another couple of feet, rotate it a little bit more. But I mean, I appreciate Joe's suggestion. However, we're right up against the setback, so I don't have enough room to bring that porch out any further and bring that eave line together. So I'm at the point where I can bring that thing down another couple of feet, rotate it a little bit more, but visually is going to make any huge impact.
Well, okay, so what about, thank you. What about, so I'm looking at 2 site plans. And I mean, it's not big difference, but the north porch on the north is larger on one of them.
Yeah, one was a previous.
Yeah, and the other is the bump out on the lower right. I'm talking about the more recent, proposed 828 has more footprint than proposed 86.
Yes.
And I think that, again, it's not a dramatic modification, but there is quite a bit of exterior space that's been expanded. My concern is the additional the presence of the mass, whether it's first story or not, first story, second story, because this is gonna be FEMA lifted. So I would be more inclined to leave it as it is in terms of rotation and location on the site, and go with the footprint sizing of the 8.6 proposal, which is to say, probably, I don't know, a smaller bump out and maybe 100 square feet less deck, covered porch and deck combined.
Say something.
Mickey?
I had just suggested to Robbie that he do the rotation, and I think we want to keep that shed, the one-story shed, as big as possible, but I think that rotating it more, it helps. We want to save the structure. I think rotating it gets it further away from Walsh. It solves a little bit of the issue, maybe not all of it, but I think it's an improvement, so that's all. Thanks.
Thanks. Yeah, no, I wasn't, that shed really didn't move me. I mean, frankly, I'd rather just see it not there. It's almost like a token on the first proposal, and the second one, it's a little deeper, but I mean, you could accomplish the same with lattice, and it would be more in keeping with the vocabulary in that area. So I'm not, I appreciate Mickey's comment, but I'm not really swayed by it. So for me, it's doing the little things that keep it simple, eliminate the additional shed. You want to mask it with some lattice and some plant material on the outside, and call it a day.
Can I get 3 on that?
I think we're going to be looking for
Some revisions.
revisions with respect to, if you're going to rotate it, we want to see it. If you're going to make modifications, I think this is, look, I don't think, this is significant enough of a project to ask that there seems to be consensus, and you can review the tape, and it'll give you an idea of exactly what, and you can come back with some drawings as soon as you get them, the submittal date, and we can move forward with this.
That's perfectly fine. Oh, sorry.
Abby?
I just wanted to add that I agree with you that the original deck being smaller and sort of doesn't give that shoehorned effect of the sighting of this. And the porch on Wall Street, I don't know if you are even going to use that porch.
It's going to become the main entry, so, oh, no, the one on Walsh, excuse me.
The one, sorry, the
Excuse
one
me,
on
no.
Walsh, that would give a little more breathing room on Walsh if you didn't have that porch, and I'm not really sure you're even going to use that, because it's so close to the setback and so close to the street, I can't imagine. And so I would hold for revision so that you can, think about these things that might help.
All right, thank you, Abby. Robbie?
You have me completely confused now.
I think,
but,
I think you can walk through the tape again.
Yeah.
It'll be worth your time to kind of see where things shook out, and then make some revisions, including downsizing porches. And you basically have a swing vote. And for me, it's going back to the 8.6, I think was the date, and getting rid of that little shed and go from there.
I'll put like 4 different solutions on
Yeah.
one page.
Okay.
Thank you.
Solutions are us, Newman.
You don't have to do that.
Yeah, okay.
Motion, Abby's motion is to hold for revisions. Abby, on your motion?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. And I smell pepperoni, so we're gonna take a break. We're gonna come back at 5:53. 13 minutes. I'm waxing philosophically, I don't know about poetically. We are at 5 Gray Ave, new dwelling. Dean was going to be here. Okay, so we're going to hold that for half an hour. Otherwise, it goes to the back of the line.
Okay.
85 Vestal, Uri.
Yes, I'm promoting him to
Oh,
panelist.
Ray's, you've got the next several.
Yeah.
Oh, I am going to be.
Uri, do you want a
Go have
screen
some more
share?
pizza. Is Uri around? Oh,
Yes.
He's up there, but we're here.
you're, you neighbor? You neighbors? Okay.
Uri.
Oh.
I brought him
So
over.
I'm here. Uri's up there. Okay. Uri, I understand you're up there, and let's see. Hang on, Uri.
Uri, do you want a screen share?
Well,
can screen share, yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
let's not get too far ahead of our skis here, okay? So I'm on this, Abby, Val, you're on it, Angus, you're on it, and Connie, you're on it, okay? All right, now Uri, you can go.
Yeah, I'm sharing this. Okay, so per the the request, I submitted the topo for the existing lot, which is here, which I cannot actually see it very clearly, but it's represented on this side plan where you see the topography going from 48 feet by the road down to around 20 feet on the bottom of the lot, which is like 28 feet from the road. From the parking lot, it's less. It's around like 23 feet drop. So that's one thing. Another change I did is on the site plan. I removed the driveway going back to the garage, and we are not going to do a garage anymore over there. It will be a guest house with a smaller footprint, smaller square footage. So this whole right side will be green lawn plants, and the parking will be in front of the building, in front of the main house. For the changes for the house architecture, here also I submitted the existing or originally submitted plans, previously submitted and proposed and requested, so we can compare what we had before. And for the elevations from the front, which is south elevation from Vestal Street, I changed the massing to have the middle mass the tallest, and then the sides are stepping down. Added some front porch which wraps around the corner, and then did some fenestration changes, which hopefully this would be enough for what you requested, or what should work there. I can go through other elevations if you like to, but the south is more visible, and then the rest kind of corresponds to that with the massing.
All right.
Yeah.
Uri, have you
Thank you.
finished?
Yeah.
You have.
Yes. Unless you have any questions.
Okay, well, I'm sure we do. Okay, so Linda's going to be speaking. Go ahead, Linda.
You have opposition from the neighbor, which is directly below this, and you have opposition from 89, which is directly to the left, if you're looking at the site plan. The HCC specifically asked for a surveyed site plan and not the subdivision plan. The packet does not seem to include the engineered site plan indicating cut and fill and existing grade. That was specifically asked for. That's not there. The ninth page showing the site section is not done by a surveyor and clearly shows substantial fill and plateauing that the HCC expressed concern about. With that much fill, if you want to go to that page, with that much fill on the section through the lot, you need a retaining wall, which seems to have disappeared. So we're not exactly sure how you're going to retain a plateau, particularly for the guest house and the pool, without a retaining wall on top of the guy below, fully visible, because you're going to have to wipe out all that lovely screening that he's showing in order to build this thing. Because you can't retain and make that much, move that much earth on that bluff without a retaining wall, but it's gone because there was so much concern about it. So we're concerned about that. We don't know how that's going to work, both for the guy down below and this structure itself. The ancillary structure, you asked them to work more with the grade. They didn't. The main house is up where it's a little bit flatter because now it's parallel to the street when it wasn't before. We don't know how much fill is going to be moved around. We can sort of see it on the side section. Primary structure continues to be bloated. It's very unusual to be flanked by two gables. The center section is fairly simple, still too tall. The side sections with gables to the street, we just went through this out in Tom Nevers, don't look right. The eaves should all be going the same direction, not two gables flanking the fairly simple center, which is not lined up, by the way. It's a small lot. I believe Holly mentioned that. It's an awful lot of 20 pounds of potato in a 10-pound sack. It's essentially a two-story structure. Continues to be highly visible from Dukes as well as obviously from Vestal because it's so close to the street on Vestal. So we're kind of concerned, continue to be concerned about this. The plans are very hard to read because they're too light. We've had this problem before. There's the side section, if you want to look at that up on the screen. That's the one we're talking about on the screen. You're moving that much dirt. The red line is the existing. Plateauing the main house on the backside, way plateauing the guest house, and plateauing the cabana, I assume that's what it is. But where did the retaining walls go? You can't just plateau that and move that much dirt around on top of the existing rather gently sloping section to push those two things up in the air, which are going to make them well more visible over the screening that they're reducing, going down the hill towards the person below who has Lovejoy. So those are our concerns. We continue to have them. We continue to be concerned about the retaining walls, which disappeared for some reason, and the plateauing of those other two structures.
Okay. Linda, thank you.
And the
Anyone
lack of a
else?
survey plan, by the
What?
way. And the lack of a survey
Yeah,
engineer
we got
plan.
that.
Which you asked for.
You did mention that, correct. Okay, good. Anyone else want to speak on this? All right, we're heading over to the board now. Whoever's ready, just let me know.
I can start.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, if you
Abby,
want.
thank you.
Okay, so I appreciate the change, meaning that just the main house is on Vestal now with the vegetation on the right, I think gives a little more breathing room for this building. I think what's bothering me the most about this siting of these buildings is the guest cottage. And if that was reduced to a more of a single story, really nicely designed, but it's the guest cottage that's throwing me off. And I think the size of the pool, as Linda mentioned, the plateauing of this and obliterating the natural slope of the hill is still a problem for me. But, it's the guest cottage for me that's really throwing this off, and the extensive hardscaping. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
That's Val, right?
Yep.
Okay, Val, your turn.
Well, I'm going to start with some positives because there are some as far as I see. I appreciate the house moving back to Vestal. I think moving that back as far as it can go is really
hopefully going to mitigate the overall effect of this on Duke's Road. That little guest cottage is also very small. It's like 20 by 20. And I appreciate that as well. I do share the concern about retaining, since they sort of show it in the 3D, but not actually call it out anywhere. And Linda is right. We did ask for a surveyor to do that in a cross section. So that would be great to have that and really certify what's going on is happening. But there were some positive changes, and thank you.
Is that it,
Yep.
Val? Okay,
Yep.
thank you. It's Connie and Angus.
go.
Okay, Connie.
Yeah, I appreciate the changes. I appreciate the removal of the garage. I think that helps with the programming on this lot. My concern is the grade, which I think has been echoed by all the other members so far. So, yeah, that's about it. I am concerned about that grade change.
Okay, very good. Connie, thank you. Angus?
Thank you. So could you please go to C104 where it shows the 3 site plans starting with March 12th and then moves up to the present one? One of our concerns and one of the differences in the siding of this house compared to many of its neighbors is how close to the road it's been. And we've asked for it to be set back. And you look at the 412 version, and it's 30 feet back to the main house. And then likewise in the 812, it's 30 feet to the back house. And now the current presentation is 30 feet to the main house. So that's been a concern. It's still a concern. We have a 3 strikes and you're out. And this is at least the 5th time that we've seen this application. And we're looking for substantive changes. I feel like the siding of the buildings that transition from 412 to 812 really did help. Instead of looking at 3 buildings right up on the street, we were just looking at the main building. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate the porch roof coming across in that south elevation. But the gable that reads higher than the main mass, even though the total height isn't the same, there's just the shingle, the shingled gable just goes up so much higher than the eave of the main mass, which is set back from that secondary mass. So I think that needs to get pushed. That gable to the right side, if you're looking at the south elevation, needs to get pushed back. Something needs to happen different with the roof line, whether it's another eave forward or something so that it reads lower. And I think it's going to help for the main mass to get a little bit wider and the other masses to shrink a little bit, just so that there's more hierarchy in the volumes. And I agree with everything that's been said about the lacking section and engineers topo and the amount of retaining to make this site a plateau to build this whole oversized program on. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, Angus, thank you. So it's interesting, most of the members in speaking were talking about not necessarily the main house, although Angus brought up some good points just a second ago. And it was more about the siting and the location of the secondary dwelling, et cetera. If I'm just looking at the main house, which theoretically is what we're reviewing right now, I appreciate the improvement, the dropping of that side ancillary mass in favor of the quote unquote main mass of the house. But to Angus's point a moment ago, we now have eave forward on the main part and gable forward on the two flanking pieces. It'd be nice if there were more eave facing south. And I also agree that for some reason, the main mast isn't wide enough to really dominate over the other two pieces that are supposed to be subordinate. So getting the main mast where the front door is to be somewhat wider, I think would be a positive. I'm not going to really opine on the grading other than to say that, yes, we did request a survey plan. And, you know, reason why we're asking for it is fairly evident when I look at the most recent topo, where I see an elevation of 43 kind of up at the front by Vestal Street, and the house is down to 40, which is good, it's set down. But I also see a topo of 48, which is, you know, 5 feet higher than the 43, and it seems to be like right there. So what are we really looking at? That's it for me. So I think we're looking at more revisions. Are we not? I leave it to you folks to tell me.
Well, can I talk on what you said? Because I agree with you about more eave forward on Vestal. I think that would be quieter. I don't mind the left-hand mast, but I think, I'm just trying to give constructive, that, so that far right-hand gable, if you or I could somehow combine that with the main mass and have it at an eve forward, I think it would, yeah, I think that would be a win-win.
Okay. What are we doing? Should we, we're looking at more revisions here?
For the main house, yeah.
Yeah, and I really think that we should have the others track until we get the topo that we had asked for, honestly.
Yeah, I'm waiting for
Hold
Don
on,
Bracken
hold on. Hold on.
I just want to, I think this is either the fifth, sixth, seventh time this has come before us. And it's, what do you say, death by 1,000 cuts?
Yeah, I do say that too much. Yeah.
I think we need to have some, thoughtful look at the whole project next time. That's
Okay.
it. Thank you.
All right.
I am happy to make a motion to hold for revisions and have the other applications track with it.
Thank you, Angus.
And for a surveyed plan again?
Yeah, you did want this, you were among us with the surveyed plan, I'm sure, right?
Yes, of course. Yeah, and if that isn't part of the application, well, we just don't want to see the application until that's part of it. And that's my motion. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Angus. On your motion, Angus.
Aye.
Okay, very good. Connie?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm in favor too, so that motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Did you say something?
I
Linda?
did. Actually, it's going to be Stephen as Mr. Chair. 5 Gray Avenue. Dean Lampy is online now.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see. Ray had that group, and then he's got.
The whole mess at Tombs Court, which I don't think you're
Okay.
on.
So why don't we deal with Dean's project and then we'll jump back to Ray. Yeah. We prepare for Linda's presentation.
Mhm.
You're just going to Gray Avenue first, right?
Yeah.
Have mercy on him.
Dean, you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, you're up.
All right.
Dean, did you want a screen share?
Screen share. What's that?
Okay, never mind.
I barely know how to use a Zoom, so.
Mr. Chair. It's
Hi,
Val. It says on the application, that I was a member on that, but I am recused.
Yep, you're on the agenda?
No, on the agenda is correct, but on the paperwork that came in with this as a revision, it said I was a member. I just want to clarify.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, duly noted for the record. Okay, Dean, when you see the site, when you see the drawings up on the screen, why don't you begin with the modifications you made and just kindly direct Fiona to the different pages as you go, because she will need to have that information provided.
Got it. So if you could move to the site plan with all 3 lots. So the next one. Yeah. Is it there? Yeah, bingo. So this, just to refresh everyone's memory, this was lot 1. It's part of a 3-lot subdivision on Gray Ave. I think there were some questions about the driveway, so I included the other 2 lots in the site plan just to give you a better idea of the surrounding properties. They're just concept drawings. I haven't even started drawing anything for them, but that's to give some idea. It's a, driveway. There's one driveway that accommodates all 3, so that's how it's accessed on lot 1. If you could move to the elevations, I think the commission basically wanted me to simplify everything. I think there was a little too much going on the elevations. So this is the revision, south elevation. That's where the front entrance is. It's facing Gray Ave. I got rid of the secondary mass with there was another shed dormer up there. I eliminated that. I got rid of the shutters, simplified the trim. That main mass, I made a little bit wider. I think someone noted that it was too vertically oriented. So it's basically just that main mast with the shed dormer, that little gable end, first floor gable end, and the connector on the south elevation. The west elevation, there was a gable end there was a covered porch with the outdoor fireplace. I scrapped that and I changed the gable end. Instead of it facing west, it's facing north now, so it's a little bit cleaner, I think. I also eliminated, there was a first floor shed roof where that big slider is, under the shed dormer. So I think that also cleans it up a bit. I tried to make it as simple as I could, but hopefully I'm a little closer to getting there. So that's, I guess, pretty much it. Yeah, that's the original.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Ray, I was thinking you were still chairing. Like, oh,
Sorry.
look that up. Okay, let's see, so Dean's board is myself, Abby, Angus, Carrie is not here, Connie is alternate, and Joe. Concerns or other comments, please?
I can start if you'd like.
Yep.
I will start because I appreciate the changes, and it's quite an attractive building, and it fits on the site. I don't know how you did it, but these must be, it has a nice balance between the vegetation in the house and has additive massing, so I'm fine with it. Thank you.
Thanks. Connie?
Oops, no. Yeah, I'm okay with it. I just think that, yeah, no, never mind. I'm okay.
Okay. Joe?
I agree with, and the only thing I wanted to note is that I didn't see floor plans in the packet, but I appreciate all the changes. I think they went a long way.
Thank you. Angus?
I really appreciate the site plan that shows all 3 lots. Yes, that's up now. And so it's helpful to see how the houses are laid out. I feel like somehow just by stretching the massing behind has really helped give more space between the two houses. My concern is, to Joe's point, there isn't a floor plan, but I'm looking at the site plan, and that small gable to the left, if you're looking from the street, is in line with the main mass, and that should be stepped back, and we shouldn't have this sort of drop down and then pop up again kind of massing that is more sort of typical America suburban, but not Nantucket. There should sort of be a transition piece that is higher than the far left side, that sort of works its way down or comes all the way across. But I and I think that just having the inset porch makes the building actually feel taller than it really is. Seeing those corner boards go all the way up to the knee wall, if the porch came all the way across, I think that would help bring that down. And ideally, those would be stepped back dormers. But yeah, I feel like it's come a ways, but it has a little ways to go. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that leaves me.
I think
Dean,
your mic might be off, Stephen.
Oh, thank you. Dean, you did your homework. I appreciate that. Have you got some room, we don't have the floor plan, to shift that as facing from the front, the left secondary gable mass back a couple of feet?
Yes, I can probably do that. Yep.
Okay, I'm good with that. It's approvable, I think, based on that. I think it's a well-done design, and that makes it approvable. It takes it over the edge in terms of number of votes.
How many feet do you want it moved back? I'll make a motion.
I think a couple of feet,
Like 2?
yeah. Just slide that and the connector back a couple feet.
And the connector?
Yeah,
Okay. I'll make that motion.
okay, on your motion, Abby,
I'm an aye.
let's see, Joe,
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
I'm sorry, did I call on you? I'm sorry, I've been distracted. Angus?
Aye.
Story of my life. And I'm an aye. Okay. The shed, did anyone have any concerns about the shed?
No, appreciate that it's not a gable forward.
Good point.
Did we just move on to the shed, or are we
Yeah,
gonna take?
we're gonna try and roll the
Okay.
shed and the pool into like a quick micro lightning round before you guys launch into the thunderstorms of One Toombs Court. I'm not being serious, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Anything on, can we go right to the elevation, please? I'm sorry, Fiona. There is none? Is that the pool application mislabeled? Can we go to the pool one? Oh, there it is. Okay. Does anyone have any concerns with this?
No concerns.
Okay, can we get a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted?
Okay, great. Did anyone have any concerns with the pool? I know everyone previewed the application materials. Is it sufficient to say not visible at time of inspection, no grade change from existing prior to time of application?
Yes, in my opinion.
Does that include the visibility? Does that include that back lot? And when you're driving back to that the pool won't be visible?
Yeah, well, if Dean, is this a subdivision lot or is this an easement driveway?
Subdivision, but the plan, I mean, I was gonna put Lelands or arborvitaes around each property. Seems to be kind of the theme on that road. There a lot of thick hedging.
Do yourself a favor, don't use the cypress. No one knows how to prune them back and keep them that way. You're gonna be going back there and having problems
Okay.
in 5 years. Okay, so yeah, that would be, not visible time inspection would be from the public way, so that would be covered, Angus.
Okay, aye.
Okay,
Is that an exhibit A or just write conditions?
we'll just write the conditions on. You want to do that?
Sure.
Super. Okay, so again, Abby, on the pool,
I'm an I.
Angus,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Connie.
Hi.
Okay, we're done with those, and we're back to,
Did we
Chairman
officially
Cole.
vote on the shed? Sorry.
I think we did a group vote on that.
Okay.
Well, we did it individually, but if we've got an auditor watching, I wanted to make sure the language covered it all.
Okay. Next up, we're at 1 Toombs Court. I'm chairing these applications. Abby is on, Angus, Joe. Carrie is not with us, so I'm going to pull in Connie for the reviews. Connie is here. She's hiding.
I hope she's here.
She's hiding behind her.
She's
What
hiding
are we
over
gonna do
here.
without Connie?
She's over here somewhere.
So now, just because there was some confusion, as we know, last time about this, what we're reviewing first is Lot A, Building 2. So I was able to pull up, you look down at your list and you're going to find Lot A, Building 2. So it worked out at least on this first one. Now, Linda, you're presenting Dinah, you're going to go after Linda?
Yeah.
All right. Linda, you go ahead.
Just a couple of points up front. There was some discussion about density. We're only at 25% out of the 40% we're allowed. If anybody's driven out Old South Road lately and seen the Thai house across the street, all 3 floors are up 60 or 70 feet parallel. I only got the first floor up when I took the pictures. It is now, all 3 floors are up. It is now parallel to Old South Road and about 70 feet along Old South Road, where we aren't anywhere near that size. Our footprints are a lot smaller, even aggregate total on a lot are a lot smaller.
Okay.
We've made changes to A, minor, but some that you asked us to do. You asked us to put the eave towards the street and take the gable off the street, which we did, which lowered the impact on the street. Most of the changes we've made are to hardscape and Lot B, not many changes to Lot C because that's the furthest back and the least visible, if at all, from Old South Road. We have changed the surfacing as an overall comment on the parking areas because I know Abby was concerned about the amount of paving. It's now pea stone, that small half-inch brown pea stone.
Okay.
Obviously with the aprons, which were required. And we've split up the driveway, so each has their own driveway, so there's not 2 driveways next to each other. So it gives us more screening between them. The colors are all different. A, they are white windows, platinum trim, Hamilton blue door, moire black roof. B is sand tone windows, cobblestone trim, gray door, and the roof is colonial slate. C is forest green windows with gray trim, Essex green front door, and charcoal black roof. So they all have different characteristics.
Could you recap what the Lot A palette
Lot A
is?
is white windows,
Yeah.
which is the main lot. Building 1's already been approved at this.
Okay.
It's white windows, platinum gray trim, Hamilton blue front door, and moire black roof.
Got it. Thank you.
And I will leave it up to Connie to tell you what we did exactly. But the least amount of change to the actual structures is Lot C because it was all the way to the back.
Okay. So one thing at a time. So officially, we are reviewing Building 2 on Lot A. So Linda's just given us sort of a general overview of what's happening on everywhere, but the concentration right at the moment is Building 2 on Lot A. Dinah, it's your turn.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Lot A, Building 2, right up, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Okay.
I can.
All right, so it's a simple change you asked from last time, and it was an improvement to the site. We had a gable forward, which was directly across from the gable forward of the approved Old South Road elevation streetscape. So that was the real change, and that was about it. on Lot A, Building 2.
Okay, Dinah, thank you. All right, folks. Oh, and, I'll just point out that they have provided, very helpful, the sort of streetscape as seen from Old South. The building, one, we've already approved, and then the Tombs Court side that shows how you round the corner and what's happening back there. Thanks for all that. Who would like to begin?
I'm happy to start.
Great, thank you, Angus.
I really appreciate the change in the gable forward to the eave forward, and the that demonstrates the benefits of that really well. And I appreciate the Tombs Court streetscape as well. I think just having this variation from building to building so that they're all two-story, but they're reading individually rather than all sort of one big block. And I think that that's successful in this version. And so I appreciate the changes and I don't have any issues. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Angus. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you, Joe.
Thanks. And I'd also like to add that graphically, this site plan is so easy to read and it feels like three separate lots. They're close to each other, but before it felt like one big lot with invisible property lines with 6 structures on it. So I'm fine with this building and looking forward, I'm seeing I don't have a lot of concerns. Thank you.
All right, Joe, thank you. Connie, Abby.
I have no concerns.
Okay, Connie, thank you. Abby?
I appreciate the graphics as well, because when I first looked at this, my main concern was the landscaping and how much vegetation was on the site. So I think there still is a lot of hardscaping, but first of all, it's easier to read. And my only concern going forward with this whole project is that the buildings don't read as the same height, 27, 28, so that it doesn't look like a block of like 6 buildings. But this current building I'm fine with. But going forward, I just want to make sure they're not all the same height, and so that, break it up a little bit.
We're going to get a crack at that as we move down the list. Thank you, Abby. Listen, I very much appreciate the changing of the orientation of the gable. I think it was a total success. The only thing I wonder, is it possible to have all the B windows that are currently on the second floor go to A's? These are modulars, right?
Yes,
Aren't
they're
these-
modular, and we did have them larger as A's, and I liked it because there was less shingle and more window.
Well, that's
So-
why I like it better.
Yeah, so we could go to that.
And Dinah, do you think that there's this sort of odd man out window that's right over that little breezeway that's tiny? Could the breezeway pitch get changed just so you could get an A window there too? It's on the west. It's this little window, and the only reason it's small is because you've got a rather steep little portico entryway there at 9 and 12. I think it's
I'm so sorry, could you, the west elevation?
west elevation. There's a little teeny tiny R window there. Yeah. Which, by the way, you're going to see,
Yeah, that's-
it'll be very conspicuous driving down Old South Road.
Okay, we'll have to do some kitchen revisions, but you're asking for the window that's directly over the porch entry gable.
Yeah, and
Okay.
I would, now, listen, this is just my opinion, but I would be willing to see that pitch go down to like a 6 and 12 over the porch, just to be able to fit in a window that matches all the rest up on the second floor.
Okay, we can make that change to a,
Well, again, that was just something that I'm throwing in there, whether the other board members agree or care, I don't know. We'll see.
I
what
agree.
the motion does. Okay, there it is, folks. It sounds like it's successful. Can somebody make a motion of some kind?
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted with the changes that you just brought up, Ray, with changing the Bs, was that Bs to As, and lowering the pitch of that porch roof so that you accommodate the same size window up right above that peak that you have everywhere else.
Great, thank you. And I can do that as an Exhibit A.
Perfect.
Although I think it's pretty straightforward. Okay, Angus, on your motion.
Aye.
Very good. Connie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, one down, folks. Now we're going to move along to Lot A hardscape. Do the hardscape last?
But then we can't change the architecture. I think we should do the landscape with.
Let's just do them in sequence so that then we'll just get it out of our systems. All right, so we're Lot A hardscape.
Well, would you like me to present it, or?
Yeah, you
Okay,
can
so
start
in
into it.
brief, the materials are the brown pea stone, red brick walkways, the lawn areas, and of course, the landscaped areas, and granite pavers, granite stepping stones. I think there are a few near the front of building 1, Lot A. We do have asphalt paving on the handicap space and the striped area next to that due to the requirements for
Right.
level and.
Understood. Okay, so pea stone, brick, a little bit of asphalt, Belgian block,
Belgian block apron.
yeah. And a fair amount of screening between Old South and the buildings. What do you think, folks?
Mine's just coming up.
I have no concerns.
Okay, Joe, thank you.
I have no concerns.
Okay.
I don't either.
Sorry, what was that, Angus?
Oh, I don't either.
You don't have any concerns? Okay, thank you. Abby?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Sounds like we got liftoff on that, too.
Thank you.
I'd make a motion to approve as submitted.
Thank you, Joe. On your motion,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, there's 2 down. Oh, yeah. So now we're going to move along to Lot B, Building 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting that, yeah.
Chairman, I'll have to correct some of these in the office as far as the hardscape. I have to change it in the office,
What's that?
the hardscape on that. I have to check to
Well,
make sure they match.
do you mean on what we just approved?
Yeah, to see if the asphalt was taken off that.
Oh, okay, I will. But right now, we're on Lot B, Building 1.
Okay. Okay, so may I present, or?
No, not hardscape, the Building 1.
Building 1. We have radically revised the design of this building.
Love that.
Yes, at first it was similar to the Lot C Building 1, which was the neighbor to the left on the floor plan. So what we've done is we've created a kind of a unique shape for the whole site plan for this building. It's more of an L shape with a 1-story portion, 2 1-story portions, 1.5-story portion, and the entry gable area. And we've also varied the heights a lot. We've lowered the entire building. A big part of the mass is 22 feet 10 inches, then it goes up to 25.8, and then there's the one-story portions are approximately 14 feet, and the highest ridge is around 27 feet. So there's when you look at the streetscape, you will notice that this building is substantially lower than the two neighboring buildings, and it varies in design and concept. Now, part of the reason that we went with an L sort of extension into the middle, towards the middle of the lots, is because it also helps to screen the parking beyond Lot Lot B, Building 1, and it helps to screen the parking in Lot C and part of Lot B. And it allowed for more landscaping as well between the two adjacent lots. And the curb cut was split between this and the neighboring building to the C lot. We also did, one thing that Carrie had mentioned that I liked a lot too was to try to ground the buildings more. And by making the first floor, it's a first floor for both duplexes around 1,500 square feet. The second floor is 1,200, 300 square feet less. And that seems to anchor the building more to the site. And that's all I have for now.
Okay. Oh, could you do me one favor, Donna? Now that we're on the whole Lot B thing, can you do the color palette for that?
Yes, the color Sandtone window, cobblestone trim, door color.
And roof is colonial slate, so it's got a pretty much the gray tone,
Okay, thank you.
no white.
Okay, thanks. Who would like to begin on Lot B, Building 1?
I could go.
Thanks, Joe.
Sure. I really appreciate just looking at the 3D of and the streetscape from Toombs Court, the changes that you've made to this building, I think dramatically affect the whole feeling of this. And I think having it be a unique roof form makes sense. It's certainly quirky and there's a lot happening with it, but the building in front of it, building number 2, couldn't be any simpler. And I actually think having the simplicity towards the street and this one behind it makes some sense. And I think that the wing that pops out towards Toombs Court, when I looked at the site plan, I like the way that kind of hid the corridor effect of looking between all these buildings and seeing all 6 of them at the same time. That, it gives you a little bit of relief from that. It makes it feel more natural. So I think that the changes to this are a success overall, the development, and I have no concerns.
Okay, Joe, thank you. Who would like to go next?
I can go.
All right, Angus.
I would echo Joe's comments in that this uniquely designed building compared, just because of the massing, compared to the other 5, is successful, and it actually, I think, enhances the surrounding structures by being different. And so I think it makes sense that this one is in the middle of it rather than off on one corner and everything else looks alike. And so when we get to building 2, I think this even makes more sense with sort of simple forward and more intricate back. But I think, yeah, I think this works. Thank you.
Angus, thank you. Okay, Connie and Abby.
I can go. I appreciate the architecture. I have no concerns. The only thing is they seem very close together. But,
On the site plan.
yeah, on the site plan. But other than that, the architecture, I have no concerns over. Thank you.
Okay. Connie, thank you. Abby?
Yeah, oops. I was just trying, I appreciate the quirkiness, somebody said quirky. And I like the way it has different heights, so it doesn't read as one mass. I was just wondering, it's a duplex, so you go in the front door and then there's a stairway to the second floor or something, or how is it a
Actually,
duplex?
the second entry is on the south side through you, Mr. Chair, on the south elevation.
Okay,
Like,
Yep.
on the L.
thank you. Yeah, I think it works. It kind of feels like it's set alone there in the middle. Yeah, I'm fine with it, thank you.
Okay, it sounds like we have liftoff on this one. Shall we move it?
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, Angus, thank you. On Angus's motion, Angus,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Ray, aye. All right. There we go. That was Lot B, Building 1. Now we can go to Lot B, Building 2.
Lot B Building 2, we, basically, from the last time that you saw this building, we have reduced the width from 29 feet wide to 27 feet wide. It just gave a little bit more breathing room, and that also reduced the ridge height from 29 feet to 28.5. Those were the only two revisions we did. It's a basic rectangular box with a gable roof.
Okay, Dinah, thank you. Who would like to begin the discussion?
I could go. This is Joe. I have no concerns, but I haven't had many on this building since the beginning, and the fact that it got lower, even better. So no concerns. Thank you.
Okay, Joe, thank you. Anyone?
No concerns.
No concerns. All right, that was Connie.
So my only concern is the front street facing east elevation. That door feels very much like a back door or maybe a remote side door, but it's the front facing door. I appreciate the scale of the building. I do think that it would benefit by the same things with making the windows a little bit bigger, but I'm seeing these are A, so maybe that's just what it is. But my I guess my primary concern is just the scale of that little porch. So I'm not sure what to suggest. Maybe if the screening is better, but in front of this, between this building and Tombs Court, it looks like a slab of asphalt, which isn't going to help with screening or anything. So maybe it'll come up in the landscaping with screening that, but it feels a bit exposed to Tombs Court, and yeah, feeling more like a side. Thank you.
Yeah, understood. Thank you, Angus.
Can we scroll up a little bit so I can see that, is that the east elevation he was talking
There
about?
it was right there. So Angus is saying on the left-hand side here, this door that has the 9 light and the little sort of pent roof over it seems kind of back of house in relation to its location right on Tombs Court. I believe, did I capture that right, Angus?
Exactly right. Thank you.
So what can we do about that?
Well, I would say treat it more as a quote-unquote front door, rather than a pent roof, so one that actually has columns. I haven't looked at the landscape yet to see what's happening down there.
Yeah, that would be my feeling too, because I think this is kind of because it's in the middle and it's the first one off Tombs Court, I think it should have a little more, even though it's the smaller of the 6, it should probably have a little more presence to it.
A little bit wider.
Okay.
What we're talking about here, Mr. Chairman, is that's the retail space, the office space. So a 9 light is kind of critical, but we can make the porch wider and actually post it.
Well, that would work for me. Let's
Okay.
see. Did I get everybody other than myself?
I went.
Yeah. I think that, I agree with Angus on this, you know, as you drive down Toombs, it's gonna be the thing that greets you, and I think that it should be more of a porch with real columns. Folks, do you think is something we can handle, through, through staff with with an Exhibit A type thing?
Do you mind if I say something just real quick?
Joe?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the site plan and it looks like the accessible parking space is using the front part of that lot in order to get in and out of a vehicle, if I'm reading that diagonal hatch area correctly, which I
That's the
believe
ramp
would.
up, right?
Yes.
Joe, I think that's the ramp up.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Well, I don't mean to disagree, but Joe is correct that the hatch on the 45 is the 5-foot required
Oh, okay. All right.
asphalt space that is adjacent to the building. So we have to maybe move the spot up a little to widen the porch, but we could tweak the site a little bit to give a wider porch with columns that would allow us space to drop the 2 square columns.
Doesn't this building already have a shed roof with columns that we could just copy?
Yes, the ADA entrance at the north elevation, which is the top of the page that you see there, that has a gable roof with a shed roof with 2 columns.
Right.
It's on
Yeah.
the site, because we had to change, the grade slopes up slowly to reach the ADA requirements, so we put the ADA entry to the side of the building.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that I do love the idea of the porch extending across this with posts, but it would require a site plan change, and that should be made part of the motion.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't looking, me personally, others might have a different view, but I wasn't necessarily looking for a farmer's porch that extended across the whole thing. I was looking for more of the porch that Abby referenced on the north side of this, where we had columns rather than brackets, so that it just felt, what?
Oh, yeah.
How do people want to proceed with this?
There it is.
I would be fine with that.
That.
Yeah.
Now, the only difference being they'd like to keep the 9 light because it's retail. Is everybody okay with that?
I'm fine with that, but I think that it helps for this to get wider and maybe going to the window or the beginning of that accessible area back to maybe a foot from the corner or something like that, so that this gets, a bit wider.
Would side lights help to make that feel more like a front entryway?
Well, it looks like I don't want to spend too much time on this, but it looks like the current area adjacent to the handicap parking spot is right touching the porch where it is right now.
Yeah. So maybe if the porch roof just comes within a foot or something of the west or the south corner board.
Oh, okay, so move it south.
Yeah, maintain the right side, but extend the left side till it's about a foot from the gable end.
Yeah, okay. How's everybody feel about that?
I'm fine with it.
Okay.
I support that.
What?
I would support that.
Okay. Can somebody give me a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve as submitted, with the exception of the east porch that would, should we just do an Exhibit A? Or or right in the condition that the porch, the east porch, extends south to within a foot of the south gable
With posts.
with posts to resemble the same details that are on the west elevation.
Okay, I think I can draw that up. Okay, so as an exhibit A, that was Angus's motion. On Angus's motion, Angus,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm in. So there's that. Lot B hardscape.
The only difference between A, B, and C on the hardscape is that there is no bluestone pavers. There's no walkway. Only A has the actually connecting walkway. So it's just brick, pea stone, Belgian block, and the paved for the handicap space. That's it. And all of these have split rails on the fronts and down the middle, so we can put them.
Have what?
Split rails. Split rails on the front so we can put climbers and stuff on them. So they are bracketed from the Toombs Court by a split rail fence. And the split rail fence does run along Old South Road as well to plant on.
Great. Thanks. Comments?
This is Lot B, Building 2.
No, this is Lot B landscape.
Right. It's the one that has the, like, the Greek key pattern with the brick on the right, like right on Toombs Court.
You mean,
What is that?
That's a handicap space. The hash mark on the handicap space.
Oh, hold on, it's coming up.
there it is, right there. Oh. Yeah,
Yeah, so what is, see the top, all that brickwork, that rectangle, what is all that?
That's the walkway to
You gotta go to the microphone, Dinah. You're not on the microphone.
That's the walkway to the commercial ADA entry from the handicapped parking space.
They have to walk all the way around. Why don't they just walk there?
Because the slope has to be as such that it's not over a certain.
Oh, it's sloped?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
it's a ramp.
It's a ramp, okay. Thank you.
Was that it? Abby?
Yes, thank you.
Comments on the landscape? Lot B.
This is
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Paul.
No, go ahead, Angus, sorry.
So my only thing with this, and it's either going to be this one or it's going to be Lot C, but I appreciate that going from A to B to C, that each building is stepped back, and so they're not all in a line. So I don't want to ruin that, but I think that it's like there was a small parking spot in front of A, building 2. This one, there's this accessibility thing, but I think it's not going to work to have another one right next to it. So anyway, like, it's a heads up. I'm fine with this, but I feel like I'm probably not going to be fine with the next one.
Okay, thanks, Angus. Who's next? Joe, were you about to speak?
Yeah, I was about to say that I had no concerns.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I'm okay with this too.
Connie's
Thank
good.
you.
All right, Abby?
Yeah, I think I'm okay with it.
All right, me too. So this is, I believe, an approved as submitted, so we don't have to write anything up. Is that
Move to
somebody's
approve as
motion?
submitted.
Oh, that was your motion, Angus?
Yes.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Ray, aye. Okay, Lot C.
Hold on. Can we slow down just 1 second?
No, we're on a roll.
I don't know what these are. My way.
Yeah,
This
this
one
is the
has-
one, this is the one I'm gonna do the exhibit A on.
This is the exhibit.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so everyone is now on Lot C, Building 1, correct? All right, love that. There you go, Connie.
Thank you.
Let's see what happened here. Dinah?
Oh, sure. Okay, let's see Building 1. I would like to start actually with the perspective view on this one from Old South and from Toombs Court. This is the furthest back from both streets, and if you look at this perspective view from Old South, you really can't see maybe just a small port, really any of it, because most of the building that you're seeing is Lot B, Building 1. From Toombs Court, you do see a little bit of the building beyond the front building on Toombs Court, and it does step down. So this building is designed to have two one-story, quote, wings with on flanking each of the ridge, the long ridge, the eave of the main building, and it's basically a simple building with modest duplex sizes on the first and second floor, and that's it. I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
Okay. Thank you, Dinah. Anybody ready to start on this one?
So I just wanted to make a general thing that Angus was sort of starting to say, that a little more push and pull on these buildings, especially on the west side of this whole lot, on the other side of Toombs Court, if there was a little more give and take in the landscaping or the siting of these buildings, it would be a little more interesting and not so cookie cutter. And I think, you know, you've avoided that pretty much so far. So now we're on to the last two, and I don't know how to do it, but how do we keep like a complete line going, all those buildings, Lot A, Lot B, and Lot C, all in a line? And, you know, they abut another property, so when you do a cluster, you kind of want to keep it sort of not, well, you don't want it to be stagnant. So that's my problem with this one.
Okay. Abby, thank you. Who's next?
The site
Joe,
plan.
Angus, you guys need some pizza.
I'm digesting Abby's comments, which reflected what Angus said on the previous application about these all lining up on the interior property line, which is not something I had considered. So I'm okay with the building. It's just I'm thinking about the position of it on the lot.
Can I point something out to that? If you guys go to the locus plan and see the existing buildings at 41A, they are like, it's a long building that is like smack on the property line. So, you know, I'm just going to jump in here, but as a designer, I think the idea of putting the largest and, you know, arguably least attractive building in the corner that is furthest removed from any public way was not such a bad thing to do. And I think that if we were actually able to see where the neighbor sits in relation to this, I think it would be very close. The neighbor to the west, that is.
I
Yeah,
gave
it's
you
very
a
close.
picture of that, Mr. Chairman, and one of those photographs I gave you, that is Anchor Village, and that is a very tall,
This
very
Anchor Village,
long
that's right.
building.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
Talk
That has
about,
like 4 condos in it. It's very tall. It's actually 30 feet tall, and there is a picture in the file on that.
That's the highest concentration of
biggest.
buildings on Nantucket.
Yeah, so that is close to the thing, so that's why our bigger building is backed up against it.
Thank you.
I think that's
All
a
right.
great point. And if the alternative to mitigate that was to slide both of the building Cs towards Toombs Court, that would not be a win. So I'm fine with this one as is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Connie?
Colors?
The colors are forest green sash and Quaker gray trim, forest green sash, and Essex green doors with a charcoal black roof.
Thank you. Yeah, I have no concerns. Thank you.
Let's see.
So,
Angus, go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
yeah, you were right about Joe and me needing to eat pizza. Passing out here. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, you would think that going deeper and deeper into a lot, that it wouldn't really matter as much, but except that that development next door to the west has that sort of circle that accesses all those buildings. So you're going, at least halfway down the lot, right behind this, or, beside it, the west elevations, already with 2 buildings that are right in line with each other, with a clear view of the 3rd building now being in line with it. And yes, the Anchor Village does have a longer building that will back up to this one, but I believe that your view will still go back there. So I agree with Abby's comment about this particular line. But to Joe's point, to move this forward to get it, out of line might be compromising the sighting as seen from Toombs Court. So otherwise, I agree with what's been said. Thank you.
Okay. I'm okay with this. If this building were located practically anywhere else on the perimeter, I'd have more to say about this, but I don't. So I'm okay with it. Does somebody want to make a motion or some kind?
I was just going to say that if we're not going to do something to this one, maybe there's an opportunity on Building 2, Lot C, to do something where the building really shifts away from being in line with, because it's the only one we have left.
Yeah, we do have to
so-
exact our pound of flesh.
Yeah, so if, either it hugs the other side of the site, or it, flip-flops or something, just to take the curse off it.
Yeah, okay, so is that, Abby, a way of saying that you would be okay?
Yes.
All right, so could we have a motion on Lot C, Building 1?
I would make a motion to approve as submitted.
Okay. Joe, thanks. On that motion, Angus?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Joe, did I get you?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That motion carries. Okay.
Thank
We're
you.
almost to the end, folks. Building 2.
Lot C, Building 2.
This is Lot C, honeymoon over Building 2.
Honeymoon, oh, okay.
Just kidding, I think. I'm not sure.
This building is a commercial mixed-use building, and it's 28.7 tall, 26.11 wide. It has a covered porch over the west elevation, and a handicap entry on the north side of the building. And what you see again is from the handicap parking space. We will be gradually going up with a brick walkway up to the north side of the building with the handicap entry. Basically, it's self-explanatory beyond that.
Okay. Dinah, thank you. Okay, folks.
Oh, may I add one more
Oh,
thing?
yeah, sure.
On the 3D perspective, I would just like to point out that when you look at the three buildings along Toombs Court from
Yeah.
Old South Road, they are staggered because of the nature of the angling in. So it doesn't look like one block of buildings to the left or to the right from Old South Road. And that was just one thing I forgot to point out earlier, that they do stagger naturally the way that they're sited now. If we shift the buildings, they might, well, that's an option, but we like keeping the driveways separated.
Yeah.
I thought that was really a great point, and we mirrored the whole site due to that.
Okay, thank you, Dinah. Who would like to start into it?
I can start. With respect to the site plan, I might be in the minority, but I think that it's staggered along Toombs Court. It looks like it's slightly further back from the property line, but if you look at the rear of them, they're definitely stepping back, just as was just described, that these buildings do kind of move back. And I think having the driveways separate makes a lot of sense. I think the only concern I have is that when you look at the streetscape from Toombs Court, that it is within 3 inches of building Lot B, Building 2 height. And they both have a fairly long ridge line facing Toombs Court. It's less of an impact in the 3D view, but I think if something could happen to give some height variation, or if something happened to that main ridge, I might be overthinking it, but that's the one thing that jumps out to me. Thank you.
Joe, thank you. Who's next?
Yeah, sorry, I could go
Okay, Abby.
because I feel the same way, that Lot B and Lot C are, we're trying to vary it, and you've done a great job, doing additive massing and quirkiness to make this, palatable. But I don't, maybe a reduction in height of this or something to make it a little bit, stop the sameness.
Good? Is that it, Abby?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, Connie and Angus, I think.
I can go.
Okay, Angus, go ahead.
If we go to the lot, at the page A3, to Abby's comment about the sameness, this is so in the east elevation that is the front. Again, there's like this minimal kind of setback door that feels less like a front door, but like the property next door, it has 3 bays across. It has the entry to the left, and the heights are similar. The parking, the handicap access and the parking are the same. And I'm feeling like there's too much that is feeling the same. But in this page that's up, yeah, I'd much rather see a facade on the front on that east elevation, more like the previously submitted west elevation that is kind of bottom right of that east proposed elevation, but just something so that it would read a bit different, whether it's a center entry or an entry on the right side. But have more elements that are different other than it just being set back, a few feet from the building next to it. And that's my primary concern. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Angus. Connie, I think it's to you, right?
Yeah, I agree. If it could have some kind of variation. Um, I don't know, could the gable be raised? I don't know if that would do anything, but just something to make it, tweak it a little bit, to make it a little bit different. Thank you.
All right. Connie, thank you. So I agree with everything that's been said. A reduction in height would be great. And there's just one really peculiar thing about this design that every drawing I look at, including the perspectives, all kind of like gets to me. And that's the east elevation. You have this sort of like little single-story piece that bumps out from the front-facing gable. That if that weren't there, I think this thing would just be so much less complicated feeling. Not that it's overly complicated, but I just think it would feel better not to have that infilled piece in the corner, if you know what I mean. Should we, also, this is another case of this where we have B windows on the second floor that in an ideal world would want to be A's just so that we have less shingle space. Should we hold this one for some revisions? And then I would also ask that we track Lot C hardscape, just so we can get the final piece to the puzzle just right.
I think that's a good idea.
That sound all
Otherwise, we're
right?
going to have 5 people saying their opinions, and really, they know the project better than we do, so.
Yeah.
I'll
Mr.
make-
Chair, may I ask one question? Regarding the redesign? Would you be opposed to a flush dormer facing Tombs Court? A flush dormer, a 3-bay flush dormer, something like the west elevation, but a little bit smaller, not so long.
Well, that's an interesting question because we've approved the flush dormers. In fact, trying to get the elevations here, you're saying you already have one on the west. But I didn't hear people
it's
saying
facing-
that they had objections to the gable forward on this one.
Oh, okay.
I'm like, why change it if that part of it seemed to work for
Yeah,
you?
and it has more of a front entry
Yeah.
kind of feel to it.
Well, so I think Abby was about to make a motion to hold for revisions and have the C hardscape to track. Is that
Yeah.
right?
So moved.
Okay, thank you. On the motion, Connie,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay,
Thank you
folks,
very
there it
much.
was. Not too painful. Thank you.
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
Okay, now, we have a few up, including the next one.
He's sleeping.
Can somebody wake up our chair?
Oh.
Was it that exciting? It was good, wasn't it?
It's my time.
Something in the universe. All right. Good evening, everyone. Oh, new business. 42 Schimmel Ponds.
We have the photos, right?
Oh, we had these scribbles from, thank you. Okay.
This is 42 Schimmel Pond.
42 Schimmel Ponds, which was one, sorry.
Oh, 826.
Oh, okay. Okay. They'll be up there, right?
When you're ready.
We submitted some photos. I basically walked out, these folks, as you guys probably know, have oh, there it is, the really long dock. So we're obviously moving forward with the construction, and it was approved with gray paint. The owner wanted white, and I walked out that long dock, after the building was moved up the hill, for those of you that remember that whole process. And I look back, and it's interesting because I sort of thought that this building would kind of, raising up the hill, would be at a level of its neighbors on either side. But it turns out that it's still quite a bit lower. If we can look at some of so I walked out to the end of the dock and I turned around and this is what I saw. Well, not that. But,
keep going. The second set of.
oh, we're getting close.
They're very small.
Well, I didn't actually see all that because that's taken from the air, but,
Keep going.
okay, there's a neighbor on one side and there's a neighbor on the other side. Hopefully we have the one that shows the house in the middle.
I have it here.
Yeah, I thought it was, oh, there we go. Okay, so, see, I'm obviously standing on the dock. Two separate photos, but our place is the one with the green roof. That's the, waterproofing stuff. And then we have those two houses to the right, one of which sort of towers above ours, white trim on both of those. And then if we go to the next photo, you'll see the house on the other side. Oh, no, that's the same house. There it is. Okay, so the house to the left is that one, which also has white trim. So we got and it's taller than our building still. So we're just coming in to see if you guys might be okay with the idea of white trim on this house.
Thank you. Okay, so this was pulled from consent for review. Was anything done with it? Was it read or anything?
No.
Okay. Did I miss the meeting or something else?
This week.
No.
I was the person who pulled it from the consent, and I'm happy to start. Stephen, I'm not sure if your mic is on since you returned.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hold on 1 second, Angus. So the board is going to be Abby, myself, Angus, Val.
Yep,
You're here, right?
yep.
Val and Connie. Okay, Angus, go ahead.
Oh, just that this building has been unique for well, as far back as I can remember, 40 years or so, for just the uninterrupted amount of roof area that sort of swoops down to the shore, and the porches and the colors are muted. It's historically been natural weather or painted color that is more muted, like a gray. I mean, it's like a knee-jerk reaction to say, oh, someone wants white paint. Well, why wouldn't you give it to him? Because he's surrounded by white paint. But what has separated this from the other buildings and made it unique are its massing and the roof. And so the roof has now been filled with dormers, and it's been pushed back. And so it's just the uniqueness of this is lessening and lessening. And my concern is the same of the preservation planner, whose recommendation is to leave the colors as approved, which is a gray, so that it doesn't lose any more of its unique character. And so that's why I pulled it from the consent list.
So you think that the white makes it less unique? Is that what you were saying?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Connie, did you want to comment?
I'm going to put it on consent, so I was okay with the white.
Okay, just to have it clarified.
Yeah.
Okay, so again, Abby, myself, Angus, Val, and Connie. Connie has spoke, Angus has spoken. Let's see, Val?
Sure. Um, I, I think the old building that was there maybe stood apart because of how plain it was and it needed to have that, maintain that gray color. But it's no longer that building and it looks more like the neighbors than it does the old building. So what's another white trimmed building out there?
Ever
I'm
the
okay with
optimist.
this.
Ever the optimist, and, okay, Abby?
Remind me what the chimneys, are those parched? Are they painted white?
What's that?
The chimneys?
They're brick. Brick.
They're brick, okay. Just, so now that it's got so much detail, but if that's painted white, you're gonna have the crossbucks, everything that is trim is going to be white, so I'm just trying to, I mean, as Val says, this is so totally changed from that long sweeping roof, so I'm just trying to imagine, yeah, it's become a different building. But I still would prefer like well, at least a platinum gray to keep it, just because of its history.
Okay, thanks. I think that leaves me. Where are you guys with like a platinum gray?
That's what the blue does.
Is it? Okay. I'm not terribly concerned with white. I would not suggest this structure looks like the neighboring structures in any way, shape, or form. And I think that it
Thank you.
still has, it is low slung. It is, I think, still unique, not as nearly as unique as it was. And where did we land on colors for the chimney? What is it? Is it just gonna be a gray pargeted?
It's brick.
Brick.
They were bricks, so they'll stay brick.
Brick, okay, yeah, that'll be a nice contrast. I don't have a concern with the color change. What do we have?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, Val, on your motion,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Angus? Abby,
I'm an aye.
Angus?
Oh, sorry, no.
For the record, Angus is a no, I'm an aye, okay. Four in favor, one against. We're moving on to 8 Federal Street, new second floor addition. Good evening, Ethan.
Hello. Hello. I'm, Ethan McMorrow, and
I'm Tracy Sears, the Executive Director of the Artists Association.
Good evening.
And I'm Lori Champion, President of the Artists
Good
Association.
evening, Lori.
yeah, so basically, they bought this building, and we did a preliminary review with Ray and both Angus with another design to get their feedback on the design. There was a design review board that was leading the design, and we also, per Angus's request, we went and had the Preservation Trust do a history of the building after our meeting. So I did file that. I don't know if it's in, you got it for the record. We put it in for the file for the record, all the uses of it and how it was. Anyway, so basically it's a short building. It was millions of uses. And the last use was a real estate office. And the Art Association bought it because of the proximity location for what they use it for. It's going to be a public space. And what we're doing is we want to remove the second floor to raise the roof up for gallery space, because right now the ceilings are very low. You can't really walk up there without hitting your head on everything. And we're putting a rear addition onto it. And we want to lower the existing first floor. It's got a brand new foundation. That's just a concept drawing. That's just an idea sketch, but it's not what's there. So to make it more handicap accessible through the front door, right now you have to step up. The door swings out or into the street. We're recessing it like all the retail, making it more usable to the public, which is very important. The cupola is designed for, as you know, gallery spaces, they need a wall space, so they need wall height. And the cupolas are designed for to let ambient light, like museums would have, to spread it out. And we obviously have to raise the building. The building to the right is about 30 feet high. Took my laser and measured it. The building to the left, which I've also had in my computer, that's about 27, 28 feet high. This one, we brought it down. Originally, it was going to be 30 because you're allowed to. We brought it down lower. I reduced it, so it's about 28 feet high. And it's a very narrow lot, and we want to keep the footprint in the foundation and the first floor of the original, mimicking the look, but we also have to bring it up to code, so, I don't know. And that's basically it. Oh, well, again, preserving the outdoor space, so.
Important point. Any questions for Ethan at this time?
Not yet.
Mickey?
Okay, so first a few comments about the proposed design that we're looking at here. The ridge jumping up in the back, so the whole second floor is all new. The ridge, sort of that secondary ridge in the back, in building with Nantucket in mind, we all know that we want to have the secondary masses telescoping down, not up. So that's sort of contrary to what that indicates. If that ridge continued straight back rather than jumping up, another benefit would be to lower the plate of the wing on the north side. Lower that plate, make the windows, that flush dormer more appropriate in terms of the meeting rail for the windows. It would have a couple of benefits. The cupola is sort of questionable. It doesn't really seem to fit, in downtown on that building. There's some fenestration lacking on the facade facing the street. But more in general terms, I think that, this is a 175 perhaps year-old building, and it's a pretty drastic change of the streetscape for that area on Federal Street. So I think that the board also really should think about whether it's appropriate to make such a drastic modification to a streetscape with that kind of history to it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey. All right. Again, Abby, myself, Angus, Dale, and Connie. Oh, actually, no. It'll be the regular members and Joe. Who'd like to go? Is he not here?
I'm here.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Thank you. I'm still a little nappy from earlier. Abby, me, Angus, Val. Fiona, don't let me fall asleep when it's break time.
That was so funny.
I'll try. I'll go.
Go ahead, Val.
Okay. Well, it's certainly unique. What I do miss facing the street is the steeper pitch. I was just looking today up and down that street, and it seems as though a lot of the buildings that are even much bigger than this, like way bigger, all still maintain a really steep pitch. So if the front portion or a piece of the front portion could maintain that, it would be fine. I think it'd be great. I'm wondering if doing a cross gable in the back would help at all. It may give you even more space instead of the little half bay wart. Do you understand what I'm saying? The gable going the other way. Definitely not embracing, unfortunately, the cupola, maybe a different style or some tweaking to that, but as is, no. And the windows look like the buildings farther down the street, 16, 12. And I'm wondering, did you go with this window style to tie in with those down there? I miss the bigger panes since it's a gallery. I'm wondering if something could change there. Those are my initial thoughts.
Thank you. Ray?
Yeah, so this is way different than what I was looking at.
Yeah, I removed all the ornamentation. The original design did have the cross gable. It made it look massive in the back from the street view. And we took a lot of ornamentation off it. And I lowered the building.
So to Val's point earlier, this is reminding me of like one of the first applications that I reviewed when I was on this board, which was when Bookworks went from a single-story little, Greek Revival building to a two-story building, and basically they just lifted everything up. And I think that there's merit to that, like the steeper roof pitch. There's something about like the proportion of these two windows.
The reason why we didn't do the steeper roof pitch is they need wall height to display.
Yeah, I wasn't
art.
following your
Yeah.
narrative. So, yeah, I mean,
And I wanted to keep the ridge low, so I compromised.
yeah. Well, I just feel like the eave is too tall for what it is above, which is, the old street facade that everyone knows. And yeah, there are some quirky things about this, like the cupola. I liked Val's idea about the cross gable. By the way, can you do 3Ds?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think if you're so hemmed in on either side with your neighbors, like how much of this stuff in the back is actually going to be visible is a question. So it'd be kind of interesting to see how this all looked in 3D. But those are my initial impressions. Thank you.
Thank you. Angus?
Here is the building that's built. So the research has been done, and MPT's estimate is that this was built the first year after the fire in 1846. So for that reason, it really is an important building, but not all buildings, were a grand scale, and it's the variation of scale that that gives interest to the streetscape. And to that, I would say that I think it's going to be a helpful tool for us to see the adjacent buildings in a streetscape, at least in the east elevation. But the guidelines are really clear about not changing the scale and character of a building and telescoping back. And the idea of changing the massing and taking away the historical material on the north, south, east walls, and changing the fenestration and raising the roof and adding a cupola. I feel like there are so many things with this that are changing everything that the guidelines are advising us not to do. And so I don't want to get too deep into the details, but I think that this is a way overreach on what this building can tolerate and retain its integrity. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus. Abby?
Yeah, I agree with Angus to the point where I think turning this into like a Greek revival is such a departure from the simple gable. I wouldn't mind some of these elements or somehow retaining maybe the original structure and building back or up and down, but somehow retaining the simplicity of this building, at least as a facade. I mean, the returns are heavy-handed, and everything is just a little bit overdone, and it's lost its simpleness. So I'd like to see you work with the building
as is, a little bit more, keep the authenticity of it. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. So my thoughts are, I think first and foremost, the majority of them.
Sorry to interrupt you, Steve. Am I sitting on this or no?
No, well, with the regular members, we have 5.
Oh, okay. All right, great.
Sorry, Joe.
No problem.
But you're definitely alternate, should you be required in the future. So the majority of the modifications of the mass are to the rear and the sides. I think as Ray may have mentioned, it's hemmed in. It's interesting, if you walk down that alley, before you walk down it and you look up at the back of the structures on Main Street, you would be shocked.
Exactly.
You would be shocked at what you see.
I've
The
documented
dormers
them.
would clabbered on them. I mean, it's crazy. For me, the focal point is the front facade. I am curious, I would like to know more about the history of the structure. Just follow me on this as I go. That is a Greek Revival wannabe that's been there for the 35 or 38 years I've been on island. But before that, I'm curious what the evolution of the front of that structure was. I think it's been bastardized over the years, and it's like an applique of a Greek Revival first story, and it never felt complete to me. It always felt like a caricature of a building. And I think to the extent that you're completing the Greek Revival vocabulary, it's actually a benefit. I don't disagree that, and I think I understand why, you're trying to address scale, so the Greek Revival elements do seem, to my mind, I think Abby mentioned that they're a little heavy. But I do appreciate their application. I think it could be very successful. Maybe just scaled back a little bit. Maybe it's just the size of some of the elements, the heights, and proportions there. For me, the largest, there's 2 things that don't stick. One, I'd want to see a mock-up of the cupola. I don't think you'll see that cupola anywhere except for as you're looking at down the alleyway. Hold on a second. The other is this, and I understand the concept of needing the wall space, but your top plate height on that second floor being 9'6" is throwing the proportions of your second story off completely versus the first floor, which is already a little bit oversized. I'm going to speak to that in a minute. And it's causing you to have those very large windows, 2 windows gable forward. I think that if there's a place for sacrifice, it's going to be that top plate height and getting you closer down to like 7'6", 7'9". Losing 1.5 feet off of that height is going to make a tremendous difference in the presentation of the build of the structure. Because it's not only is it going to allow the proportions to be more in keeping with what would be traditional first floor versus second floor versus first floor, of course, conversely, but also the fenestration on the second floor can be downsized proportionally, and I think that will be helpful in being successful. On the first floor, for me, one of the elements that needs to be addressed is some type of your windows are so large that they need a structural element, a horizontal element, and the fenestration, sorry, it keeps reloading on me. But your picture windows with the, I don't know, it looks like a 21 light above it. There needs to be a structural element, horizontal band, both windows. I think that needs to be mimicked or even more pronounced in the doorway. And that is going to help to create a sense. Right now, when I read this, I like to read these architectural plans with my eyes kind of squinted. And what I see is these 4 pillars holding up. It's almost like a wall and curtain construction. Whereas that's not really how that would be in a stick-built environment. Wall and curtain is or a post and curtain, you've got your posts and then things just get stuck in between them and they're non-structural. It doesn't read to me as that it's got a soulful aspect. The fenestration should be part of that structural element in terms of the presentation. So the short way of saying that is I think you need some perceived structural elements horizontally between the picture window and the multi-light window, between the door and the transom. I think that when you play around that, it's going to create a better balance. You need to be careful. You go too far, it's going to start to throw the proportion of the first floor and the second floor off, because it's going to start to actually change the perception of the first floor, the height of it. So those are my thoughts and concerns, and
That's right.
yeah, please.
Ethan, and I don't know what your gallery space needs are on the second floor there, but if you thicken the eave wall, if you just bring in the knee wall, if you set the knee wall at 8 feet on the outside, and you bring this walls in, then you got your 9.5 feet.
That's a good point. Yeah.
So we're satisfied and you still have your wall space, and it wouldn't really impact your floor space all that much, really.
More intimate.
Yeah, the wall height's very important. That's why it went so high.
Yeah, so you bring
And the thing with the
walls in.
window, that's easy to do.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think where we are is, if you can get some additional information, like if you can find some historical imagery of the facade. No,
we did a lot of research.
Which
We have it all
also
written down.
kind of speaks to,
I know photos are the best.
yeah, no, but it kind of speaks to the fact that there's not a lot of documentation on a structure that's
It's been
right off Main
the
Street
original
on
building is a
Nantucket.
post and beam.
Yeah.
And there was, in the patio, there was another building that was sandwiched between this and the building next door that's been long gone. And it was like a cobbler shop, and that's long gone. And this building originally was very long in the back. That's all been removed, and you can see it on the Sanborn maps, so.
All right, so we're gonna be looking for revisions.
Yeah.
I think proportions are gonna be a big,
Yeah, I know.
and obviously you've got some really good feedback from the commissioners, so we look forward to seeing what you bring back.
Yeah, I know what to do. Thanks.
Okay.
I'm happy to make a motion for revisions, focusing on with what's there.
Okay.
Okay, but we'll accept the motion, but I think that what the revisions they make are gonna kind of be what they make.
Yeah.
On Angus's motion, Angus,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Aye.
Abby, and I'm an aye. All right.
Thanks.
All right, thank you for coming
Thanks.
in.
Me again.
All right, raise up.
Just by the way, do you know that apparently 26 North Cambridge was pulled?
No.
Okay.
Yes.
But I have Duke's Road here.
So let's pick it up, folks, because we could be headed home.
Mr. Chair,
Val,
I didn't sit on any of this project, so someone else could take it.
which one?
2 Dukes.
Okay, sure. It'll be Joe and Connie. And we're gonna try and get through some of this quickly. That one Tombs Court thing, man, jeez, that literally put me to sleep over there. I was out. Did you say chair more than once? Because I woke up on that first one.
No,
That was
I was
amazing.
unaware that you were sound asleep until I looked up at the end.
I was out. All right, so let's make some time, folks.
Okay.
When you're ready.
Yeah, so this, we have 2 applications on this. The first is for this little tennis court viewing stand that you see circled on the site plan. So there it is in the site plan. Duke's Road, of course, is at the bottom of the page. For those of you that have been out there, they've landscaped the living daylights out of that space between Duke's Road and the court. The court is halfway sunken into the ground. And so there's a 4-foot fence that wraps around, and the rest of it is a wall that's down in the ground that you can't see. So can we just show the elevations of that, Fiona? So the far side of the court, essentially you're not seeing the portion of the court that's underground. Well, you are in the sense that you're seeing the stairway go down. So there's the 4-foot fence that's wrapping around for the court, and then we have stairs going down and a little pergola sitting on top of all that. And that's the grade on the back side of the property. So that's what we're asking for there.
Excellent, thank you. Are there any concerns? Yeah, I mean, I've been out there quite a bit. I don't have any concerns with it.
No concerns.
Do we have a motion?
A motion to approve as submitted?
Let's see, on your motion, Connie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Aye is a me. Abby?
Aye.
Carries unanimously. Next is
Thank
the
Barn.
barn.
So this one's a little more controversial, I think. And I'll remind you of where we are with this barn. While you're getting it up, I'll just say, so you'll recall that there was an older house, I think dating from 1923 on the site. It's actually still sitting there up on cribbing and has been up there for probably a year. And we had all these people that wanted to take it, they didn't want to take it. The board didn't want to demolish the building, so I said, oh, well, let's turn this into this barn. And I came in and I had saved the facade of the building, which currently faces down to Duke's Road, and it has, sort of a nice old frontispiece and that sort of thing. And I put that on the side of the barn, and the barn was actually in the iteration that you folks approved. Oh, well, there it is. There's the larger portion on the right-hand side and the smaller portion on the left-hand side. The idea being that the right-hand side was the old frame of the building and the facade. And you folks approved that. All of the left is completely new. But you actually, in approving it, you said, well, just do away with the facade and add some regular old windows, which is what we did. That all faces the neighbor, it doesn't face Duke's Road. And then the owner said, well, if we're not saving the facade, we'll just save the frame, and then we'll just have the new portion match the old portion. So now we're in for this one where we basically combine everything and take the old frame and leave it on the left-hand side and the new portion on the right. But my original intent was to sort of save the shape of the existing house, if you will, but it didn't sound like that was a high priority for the board. So I'm in with this just to see what you guys think of it.
Sounds good. Who'd like to begin? Same board, last one.
North, which is, Abby, if you're looking up there, the upper right-hand one, the gable end, essentially.
Does anyone not appreciate the simplification of the structure, given where we are with it now?
The horse has left the barn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Do we want to shut the barn door,
Yes.
please? There being no motion? What are the colors?
That's a good question. I think the siding is all natural to weather. I honestly don't remember.
Oh.
It's not on there? Oh, it's not, we didn't fill it.
Sounds like it's gonna be natural to weather.
The siding is natural to weather, and I suppose, it's white, but, I think here we'd probably do like Essex green.
It says cottage red.
Cottage red.
Cottage red.
And the doors are cottage red.
There you go.
Love it even more.
Yep.
I'm really feeling it now.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, Joe.
So essentially you're taking the existing gable and extruding it, and you're gonna leave the existing gable form there, and we're
Well,
making it.
okay, so Joe, in point of fact, the existing building is a salt box, which we were adding on to create.
Oh, right. That's right. Yeah. Okay. I remember
So,
that.
you know, that's how the big gable was formed. So we would like be taking 3 sides of the salt box and extruding it, yes.
Okay.
Okay, all right, what do we want to do, folks?
Yeah, oh, it is cottage red.
Cottage red.
Perfect.
Okay,
Motion to approve is submitted.
okay, on Connie's motion. Connie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Abby?
Aye. Aye.
Aye, okay. All right, now,
Mr. Chair,
yes,
so 220 Milestone would like to hold.
okay,
And just so you know, well, I don't think that anybody's here for 10 West Dover
okay.
and 26 North Cambridge. Both those applications have been withdrawn
And,
prior to the meeting today, after I amended the agenda.
okay,
And 65 Pulpus, the property owner, is not online either.
okay, so why don't we get a motion to approve the August 5th meeting minutes and the CLG minutes of June 27th? Ray, on your motion, well, we'll just do
I'll
the
make that motion.
4 who are here. Abby on the motion?
Aye.
I can just say all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I'm gonna be a no, just haven't reviewed it.
So 3.
Next HTC meeting is September 9th, 2025. New business. Please review your consents. Let's move the people's business along. With that, I'd like to get a motion to adjourn at 8:01 PM.
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone.
Good night.
Thank you.
Good night,
I can
Angus.
return to my nap.